Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. Somewhere in between two formerly tariff nations. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, May 1st. It's gonna be May 2025. And this is the TNAM AM Show, a subdivision of the Agree to Disagree show on the new American media. Today we're going to discuss Michelle Obama said, what? Huh? What did Obama say? We'll talk about it. What the heck happened twerking and falling off of a vehicle to be run over by a fire truck? A fan leaps out of his seat and flips from the upper deck onto the field of the Pirates game. Trump's 100-day wrap-up. And a ton more. It's going to be a wild show, so let's jump into it. All right, so we are here. I'm trying to make sure that we are streaming onto Facebook. Takes a second to load. It looks like Rumble is up and going. It does look like I am live here on Facebook. So I'm going to go ahead and share this. Please hit like and subscribe however you are watching. I'm going to share this to the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, a support group. TNAM's the Agree to Disagree show. TNAM Fake News, debunking conspiracy theories and propaganda. TNAM Humor and TNAM Preparedness. Whoop, hold on. Join our live show. You know, I would say it would be interesting to see what it's like in a parallel dimension where Facebook and Google, YouTube, would actually show the people who have subscribed to our channel at the New American Media our content. Is that so much to ask? It is. Because when I look at the numbers, when I see where traffic is coming from, because we do restream and we broadcast to, let me put the channels up that we stream to at the bottom of the screen here. Make sure you follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, YouTube by searching the New American Media. Get our podcast called The Agree to Disagree Show, and that includes the TNAM AM Show. So it's the Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. And then on X, we're at American_media_. Is it so much to ask? Our views predominantly come through on X. Yeah, it's an app that we pay for. We have to pay for it in order to stream to it. All right, Elon, you got me. You got me in the hook for $7 a month or whatever it is. We're monetized on Rumble. Yeah, Rumble can be a little glitchy from time to time, but it has replaced YouTube. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but it's really important that if you like what we're doing here, we've been doing this for 14 years. Actually, this might be our birthday. I think May Day. It's hard to figure out when we actually started because it was like April, May 2011, I think. I think this is our 14th anniversary. It might be our birthday, people. Yes, let's go. Happy birthday to us. But it has been an uphill climb trying to get past all of the social media censors. So if you enjoy independent media, please consider signing up for our Patreon at the New American Media, or toss a few bucks in our tip jar on Venmo at Brian Engelman, Cash App, $ Brian Engelman, and Fuzz Installment on PayPal. That's scrolling at the bottom there. All right. We're going to jump into the show. There's so much to talk about. There are some days where it's a bit of a struggle to try to figure out what in the world am I going to discuss today. Not today. I can't recall a busier day than today. By the way, however you're watching, please hit like, please hit subscribe, please hit the notification bell, and drop some comments. Tell us your name and where you're watching from. We have a bunch of regulars. I consider myself, I've been Brian the bartender for many years of my life in Ohio, California, Kentucky. Throughout my journeys, I would hang out behind a bar and communicate with people and serve them drinks, serve them food, have a good time, connect with people. And that's what I consider this to be. The name of our sports show is called the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Look at that. By the way, if you want any of these cool coasters, they're $30 for a set of 4. They're very thick. They're Ohio made. Shoot me a Venmo with your address, and I will send these over. 30 for one. Just say circle or Ohio shape. If you want both, I'll do it for 50, shipping included. And then there's a pin in there. If you can see it, it's the Unhappy Hour Sports Show beer mug logo. That's 25, shipping included. So 75 for all 3 if you want this. But I do a sports show, and it's called the Unhappy Hour because I've been a bartender for a very long time, Brian the bartender. And obviously the Unhappy Hour because as a Cleveland fan, Cleveland Browns right here, Indians, Cavs, Browns, and Buckeyes, there's been a lot of disappointing seasons. A couple of championships from the Buckeyes and a solitary championship from the Cavaliers aside. It's been tough being a Cleveland sports fan. But I consider myself as a bartender, and I consider you all to be my regulars. So come on up, grab yourself a stool, grab your chair, belly up to the bar. Let me get you your first drink. I am going to be enjoying some coffee today. Belly up to the bar, and let's discuss the stuff on the TVs behind me. Let's talk about the news. All right, here is Chuck Schumer, one of the worst people in all of government. Let's take a listen.
They don't understand the sacredness of elections and keeping them fair, the kind of legislation, the kind of executive orders, which are so jaundiced.
Jaundiced executive orders? Brother, if there's anything jaundiced in the halls of government, it's you and Pelosi, who've been leeching off the American people and robbing us blind for decades and decades. You two decrepit traitors.
So slanted on the side of one party? Are the antithesis?
Slanted on the side of one party? You mean like allowing very sketchy election procedures to happen in these big blue cities so that you can harvest big blue ballots and so that you can turn entire red states blue because you got a city or two? Yeah, our voting system needs a complete revamp, and the SAVE Act is supposed to do that. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are against it. It's almost like they want to make it sketchy to vote so that they can retain their power because they figured out how to manipulate the system. It's almost as if they're professionals at doing this. By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control, because they will tell you elections are all fair. Elections are completely legitimate. That is, unless Trump wins, right? They want you to have countervailing views. Chuck Schumer continues.
This is of democracy. On the one side, Donald Trump.
Yeah, what about Donald Trump? You want to tell me Joe Biden got 81 completely legitimate votes? Uh-huh. At a time when the Democrats were burning America down? Uh-huh. Like, I really want to hear your opinion on President Trump.
Recently issued an executive order that will coerce states to prevent millions of Americans from voting.
I'm sorry, coerce states to prevent people from voting. I don't think you're representing that accurately at all. I think the efforts are being made to keep non-Americans from voting in American elections.
On the other, Republicans in Congress are pushing the SAVE Act.
Oh, the SAVE Act, yeah. That cleans up all the potentialities for fraud. That's a great idea.
One of the most destructive.
Destructive to what? Cheating?
Dangerous voter.
Dangerous to what? Rigging elections?
Voter suppression bills and
voter suppression of who? People that aren't eligible to vote? Those are exactly the people that should be suppressed. Suppressed to the point of going to jail if they're voting in our elections. You don't get to vote in a homeowners association yearly meeting if you don't own a home inside of that HOA. Am I crazy? I might be crazy.
Recent memory. It is very reminiscent of Jim Crow.
Oh, you fucking asshole. Very reminiscent of Jim Crow. Making sure that the people voting in your elections are American citizens is Jim Crow, is racism. You fucking asshole. You do not hate Chuck Schumer enough.
That's what Republicans want to do. They want to.
No, that's not what Republicans want to do. Republicans want honest elections that you can audit. You don't want drop boxes where millions of ballots could just get stuffed. No cameras on the drop boxes, no signature validation, and all these mailed in ballots. It's a completely ridiculous way of trying to count the votes in an election. It's a completely ridiculous way to put your finger on the pulse of what the residents of your communities want. The SAVE Act is bringing sanity back to the voting process. You vote in person. You use a paper ballot. There's no proprietary software that, oh, that's just too complicated for you to understand. We'll take care of it. No. We're totally not connected to the internet. Well, then why do you have a modem, a router, a modem? Why do you have the ability to connect? Well, no, I don't. I don't know. Nobody has ever told me why a voting machine is better than a piece of paper. A piece of paper that you could scan another time, a piece of paper that you could stack into boxes of 1,000, and you could run a very easy audit, and you could have sealed up, shrink wrapped. Once those votes are done, you shrink wrap them, you seal them, you stamp them, you label them. They're put on the blockchain or whatever you have to do to figure out what the tallies are when a Republican and a Democrat both look at the ballots and confirm that the right number of votes are there. You don't know what's happening out of a machine. And that's not about one particular type of company running a machine. It's about all the machines. You can actually cut open a vacuum sealed box. It's been shrink wrapped tight so nobody could tamper with it. You can cut that box open and recheck. You could run an audit on your elections. You can't do that on a machine. That's proprietary. Regardless of what company is doing it. Oh, yeah, the machine will tell us who will govern us. Oh, really? And when that machine gives the levers of power to Barack Hussein Obama, to Joe Biden, who, let's face it, was Barack Obama's third shadow term, with Susan Rice and all these other clowns running the policy decisions from behind the scenes, signing all of the legislation or most of it by auto pen. Biden doesn't know where he's at, what kind of ice cream he's drinking. Well, he's probably drinking ice cream after it melted. Doesn't know the last time his diaper's been changed. Doesn't know where the 10% for the big guy went. Come on, man. You know the thing. What family member's account did that 10% go into? Ashley? Oh, money launder, shower, clean. Yeah, I do want to see Ashley again. Come on, man. You know the thing. Chuck Schumer. David Harris Jr. here says, Chuck Schumer just announced that the SAVE Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register to vote nationwide, is done, and it will not make it to Trump's desk. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm actually in a good mood. I thought I was. Now I got to deal with this asshole. In what universe is it wrong to require proof of citizenship to register to vote? That's the bare minimum requirement. You're not eligible unless you are a citizen of the United States. The Democrats opened the border wide open. Opened it up wide open. Something like that. 30 million illegal alien invaders dumped into America with the Democrats' attempt to change the votes, to change the elections forever, to change the demographics, to change policy decisions, to change how much money can be stolen and then rerouted through U.S. aid, through all these shadowy NGOs, back and forth. It's a shell game. You can't keep track of where the money's going. And that's their plan. The more complex the plan, the more rife with fraud opportunity it is. So you clean it up. Oh, you don't like that? Fine. Elon's a Nazi then. Okay. All right. So if you want to require proof of citizenship to vote, you're Jim Crow. If you want to be Elon and clean all these operations up with Doge and all of the excessive spending when you have a $36 trillion credit card tab, he's a Nazi. The Democrat Party is evil. Some people go along with the Democrats because they believe their lies, or because they love abortion, or because reasons. Maybe there's a couple of decent reasons to vote Democrat. But for the most part, you're getting played. You're getting played by the most corrupt group of people on the planet. And they don't have your best interests in mind. They don't want cheap electricity in America. They don't want a secure southern border where you filter out every known rapist and murderer before they have a chance to walk in. The bouncer of the nightclub goes, "Oh, hey, man, I know you. You're a violent, drunk idiot. You're not allowed in this club. You're 86th, pal. Keep to stepping. Get to stepping. Keep to stepping. Get to stepping." I use the nightclub analogy often because I've been a bartender. I've been a promoter. I've been a musician. I've been a comedian. I've been a lot of different things on stage performing and working the door, working security, being a bouncer, booking events, booking $100,000, 4,300 seat arena shows. I've done all of this stuff. So it makes a lot of sense to just go back to what I know for the analogies. The Democrats don't want a bouncer at the border so that while you're in there trying to enjoy your night, they're letting rapists, they're letting murderers, they're letting cretins and thieves sneak in to steal your purse, to steal your phone, to steal your wallet, to roofie and abuse you, to end you. This is the Democrat Party. This is Chucky fucking Schumer pushing his bullshit. And if you're supporting him, if you have family or friends that are supporting the Democrats, you have got to take a second, look in the mirror, and maybe even talk to your friend. Maybe you're a sane person who knows a couple crazies in your life. I know it's not pleasant. I know it's not fun to have these uncomfortable conversations. But you have got to try to wake these people up because they're running America into the ground. They hate you. They hate freedom of speech. They hate our right to self-defense, and they want us scared. Just like in England, if you speak out about the invasion of their country to permanently alter their demographics and voting forever, you get a knock on your door. You get arrested. How dare you call out what you're seeing with your own two eyes? The overthrow of your sovereign nation, as they try to blend everything into some homogeneous gruel, some unflavored oatmeal, just a slimy gray paste of blah. No color, no energy, no personality, no freedom, no control, no power. They just want one world government. Everything's the same. Just throw it in a blender and it's a bunch of garbage. I like having opportunities to see different things because not all governments are created equal. Not all cultures are created equal. Not all communities are created equal. Not all cities are created equal. Not all states are created equal. But if everything is equally trashy, equally garbagioed, ruined, destroyed, if everything's equal as garbage, where are you going to go? They always say, like, if America falls, where are you going to go? Who's going to defend anyone? Like, how are you going to? The last bastion of freedom. I know. It's a lot of propaganda because America's really off the rails in a lot of different ways. I get that. But the concept of America is supposed to remain. Chucky Schumer? No. He's going to call you every dirty name in the book. Jim Crow, Nazi. If you want a voting system that requires proof that you are who you say you are and that you have a legal voting right in America, he's going to oppose it. Why would any sane person oppose measures that guarantee and confirm that only eligible people participate in a vote? Well, you can only assume that they're up to some shady tactics, shenanigans, bullshit. David Harris said here, the only reason they shut this down is to try and continue to allow non-citizens to vote. Disgusting.
They want to not only restore Jim Crow in the South.
That's what Republicans are trying to do. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do. What an asshole. That is all the Democrats have, is point their finger and say racist. Point their finger and say bigot. Point their finger and say misogynist. Point their finger and say something phobic. Everybody's phobic of phobias. Just so that we're clear, the term Jim Crow refers to a system of racial segregation and discriminatory laws that enforced racial inequality in the United States. Named after a derogatory minstrel show character, Jim Crow laws institutionalized racial oppression, particularly in the South following the Reconstruction era. Restricted voting rights, poll taxes and literacy tests, economic exclusion and widespread violence and lynchings. What an asshole to say that's what's going on right now. The MAGA team is trying to make sure that the correct people are voting, and this guy is using his racist dog whistles because that is the cornerstone of the Obama doctrine. Everything I don't like is Hitler. Everything I don't like is racist. It's not racist to require proof that you're eligible to vote in a United States election. It's common sense. It's obvious. And anyone opposing that is full of shit, probably up to no good. What do you do when you hear somebody say, "Oh, requiring voter ID, that's racist. Oh, they can't get driver's license." Tell me more. Tell me why some people are incapable of getting a government document. Tell me why. Without sounding super racist yourself, good luck with that, because you can't. The Democrats are what they accuse others of. It's called projection.
They want to have Jim Crow spread from one end of this country to the other. It will not happen. It will not happen. Let me be clear. I will not let this noxious bill, the SAVE Act, become law. Every Senate Democrat, every single one of us is united against it. They need 60 votes. The SAVE Act is dead on arrival. I'd like to say it louder so my friends in the House and in the right wing over here can hear. The SAVE Act is dead on arrival. Democrat, they don't understand the sacredness.
Moving on. As I said before, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let's get your comments going as well. Hello, Free Breather. Thanks for joining us today. Let's talk about what Kash Patel had to say. He said, new, working with Justice Department and AG Pam Bondi, I can now report the FBI and our partners have arrested 2 individuals on charges of operating an international child exploitation enterprise. This is a significant case in our renewed mission to crack down on child sexual exploitation and abuse, heinous crimes that no child or parent should ever be faced with. We believe these 2 individuals are leaders within a violent online network known as 764, which often targets minors, and they will now face justice. Thank you to all who assisted. This FBI will never stop working to pursue, find, and bring to justice those who harm innocent children. So I'm going to say thanks, Kash and Bondi. Thanks, Cash and Pam. But where TF is the damned Epstein videos, list, and arrests? We don't believe you actually care about kids until you resolve the Epstein issue. In all caps, that second part. I don't believe him. I know. I'm trying to not be black-pilled here. I'm trying not to be negative on this issue, but what are you doing, Cash and Bondi? Oh, yeah, we're going to release the JFK files. No, you didn't. We're going to release the Epstein list. Yep, it's released. No, you didn't. Why are you lying to us? Free Breather saying, don't get an ID because the real ID will use facial recognition. I get it. What is the problem with using facial recognition? I've had to go on websites and they do the thing with your face and they do the colors and the blinking lights and it's facial recognition. You go to an airport, even if you're just walking, it's facial recognition. It's facial recognition everywhere. I don't want a real ID. I have a passport. That's fine. That's more than enough, I think. But we have to find a way to prove that the people who are trying to vote are actually citizens. And we need to arrest and make examples out of people trying to defraud the American government and trying to sway our elections, because then they steal more of your money. They give it to more of the bad guys. That more bad guy money goes to fund bad organizations that are trying to overthrow the things that you like in this country. So it is important. Yeah, I know, man. I'm right with you. Free Breather, where are you located? I don't know what region of the globe you were in. I always like to know. Our regulars, like we got one in Cape Cod, we got one in Ontario, we got one in Iowa, we got one in Florida. Like as they jump in, I always like to know like regionally. Yeah, I know, Mark of the Beast 666. I don't want that. And that's really what's going on with your COVID gave the bad guys a perfect opportunity to do a soft rollout of their system. The implementation of, if you don't comply, you cannot buy. And that is your mark of the beast. You know, you put your 666 on the forehead, you get a barcode. You put an RFID underneath your skin and you scan your hand to walk in a door. Creepy shit. And it's quickly going to turn into, if you don't comply, good luck dying. Remember, if you didn't take the jab, you weren't admitted to a hospital. Yeah, you could just go die. Oh, really? That's what the system did to you last time. I know. I get it. I don't particularly care for a real ID. But I would like to know who's a citizen and not. And now that I'm finding out that illegal aliens, non-citizens, are being given social security numbers, hell no. Hell no. I don't know how this happened, because it used to be if you had a social security number, well, then yeah, you're an American citizen. Do you see how many tens of millions of fake social security numbers were discovered by Doge? Oh my gosh, you're Springfield, Ohio. No way, dude. They're eating the dogs. They said, sir, Free Breather is up by that plant, and they said they're eating the cats. They're eating the cats. Yeah, Springfield, Ohio was, I think that's where they said the Simpsons are located. Let me type Ask Grok. Where is Springfield located in The Simpsons? It goes Springfield. Oh, hi, Maud. Like they pretended to say Ohio, but then stopped. They fan theories lean toward Illinois or Oregon, Groening's home state. Jokes point to multiple states. Ohio. Springfield is a common city name there. Common city name there. How many Springfield, Ohios are there? Can you be more than one? It is home to a real Springfield. In the Simpsons movie, Flanders mentions a border with Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, which is geographically impossible. In the Simpsons movie, Flanders says they border Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. That's pretty good. Yeah, Springfield, Ohio. Anyway, Cash Patel, we want the lists, we want the videos, we want to know who's creeping. All right, let's keep going through the stories here. Kevin Kiley says the House of Representatives just passed the resolution I sponsored to reverse California's electric vehicle mandate for trucks. In a major win for sanity, it passed with bipartisan support. Tomorrow we'll overturn the gas car ban. More victories ahead. Good. This is the way. I mean, electric cars are fine in theory if you choose to do it, but being forced into, not a fan. RFK Jr. claims Biden's HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking. I'm going to skip the text here because I think I have this on video. But yes, Health and Human Services under Biden, Obama, became a collaborator in child trafficking. I can't even begin to imagine the hell that so many of these kids have gone through. I don't want to dwell on it, but we're going to get to it. Hello, David Bann from Ontario. Say hello to Free Breather in Ohio. Yeah, I have video of this either coming up in the Instagram feed or on the X feed, so I'll plow through. Representative Clay Higgins has a real nice point here. Let me go. Yeah, I can't do side by side with the comments. We'll do that. Representative Clay Higgins says, religious exemption has always been a trap. An American citizen should not be required under any circumstances to cite religion as a reason to refrain from receiving a medical procedure. Government, what's your reason for refusing this vax? Citizen, it's none of your business what my reason is. Get the hell out of my life. I'll make my own medical decisions. And I'm just going to say amen. Preach, brother, preach. Did you see this story? What the actual hell is going on here?
Show the truck driver arrested after last month's deadly I-35 pileup in North Austin.
That big, that massive Austin, Texas crash.
Has his bond reduced to $1,000.
Why would you lower somebody's bond when they're responsible for so much carnage? 5 people dead, 18 vehicle crash, a migrant truck driver, a legal alien and illegal alien. Did this person understand the road signs? Can they speak and read English? That's racist. No, that is so that you can operate in the country. If you don't know the playbook, you can't be on the field. And you certainly shouldn't be navigating massive 18-wheelers. If you don't know what the road signs say, if you can't make out what's going on, you have a restricted, limited ability to comprehend the basic tenets of what you need to know to drive. I don't know. They said migrant. Is this person legal or illegal? What about the truck companies that aren't requiring their drivers to speak English, write English, comprehend English? All of our road signs are in English because English is the language of America. Okay, I don't know. But let's continue in this story. Why would a judge reduce the bond from 1.2 million to 7,000? Why would you bend over backward to make it easy for this guy who's got 5 dead bodies under his belt to just walk free? Why? Is there's no repercussion for this action?
Per charge. The crash left 5 people dead and left nearly a dozen injured. 37-year-old Solomon Wellikil Araya.
What's the name? Solomon Raya Keel Renaya? It's not in the... I'm not seeing an article, but I'd love to know who this judge is. They're not showing the guy's name. I can't. I'm trying to repeat it, but I can't see it.
Faces 5 counts of intoxication manslaughter.
Oh, hold on. He was drunk also? David Bann is saying that so many truck drivers don't speak and can't read English. I think President Trump is working on a fix to that.
And 2 counts of intoxication assault.
So this dude was wasted, and he wasted 5 people's lives, and the judge goes, get out of here.
Records show the truck driver arrested after last month.
Unreal. This is... I don't get why you would lower the bond on that. Oh, okay, good. Well, not good, but I mean, it is good, but meet Salomon Weldekial Araya. I don't even know what this says. A Tigrinya speaking. What is Tigrinya? I have no idea what Tigrinya is. Tigrinia. Tigrinya speaking? I don't even know what that is. Trinidad? No, not in the context of The Simpsons. Tigrinya is an ethno-Semitic. Wait, it's Jewish? Semitic is Jewish? Eritrea. Where the hell's Eritrea? In the Tigray region of the northern Ethiopia. Tigrinya? Is that the Tigris and Euphrates? Hang on. Diaspora communities worldwide. Okay, so this person is Ethiopian. They could have just said an Ethiopian. I'm trying to figure out what country. Anyway, folks, if you're new to the show, let me walk you through something real quick. On the it is the Agree to Disagree show, but it's the TNAM AM show, technically. Here on the New American Media, we're unpacking this together. So if you have questions, put your questions in. If you have insight, drop your insight. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, hit the notification bell, however you're watching. And just jot your name down in the comments section, please. Over this way. Put your comments in the comments section. Type your name or your initials and where you're watching from. I love the participation from the group members. But we're unpacking the news together. That's the gist of what we do here. So if you're kind of like, well, why does he seem to not know the news story? I know the news story enough, but now I'm digging in deeper and I'm digging in with you guys. And if I'm off base or if there's additional context I need to know, drop it in the comments. This is a group effort. We are in this collaboratively. You're not taking a one-sided diatribe from me yapping my mouth. This is a gathering, and I'm here to listen and communicate. So it's a little bit of both. David is saying, so many truck drivers don't speak and they can't read English. They can't speak English or reading. What trucking company could pass an insurance policy that would allow drivers to drive if they don't understand how to read the signs and can't communicate? How have the truck companies not been sued into oblivion? Oh my God, I would take that. If I were in a tort lawyer, I would do a group lawsuit against any trucking company that would allow someone in the country that can't read the signs, can't read the road signs. Are you kidding me? My brother went to college and he had an English teacher that could barely speak English. The truck companies are really putting people on the road that can't read the signs. This cannot be real life. This cannot be real life. It's like they're messing with us, you know? It's like, how much silly shit could we throw at these people in this video game or in the simulation before they figure out it's all just a game? Stop it. Don't get too worked up over any of this shit. But as bad as things are, Democrats are trying to make it much, much worse. The deep state is trying to make it much, much worse. And I guess that's why we fight. That's why we gather. That's why we talk. That's why we expose this stuff. Anyway, David says the East Indians in Canada have taken over a lot of the trucking industry in Canada. Jeez. I don't know. Are there Canadians that don't want to do that job? Why aren't they hiring Canadians? I don't. Anyway. So this is an Ethiopian guy. Meet Saluman Weldekial Araya, a Tigrinya Ethiopian-speaking truck driver who reportedly caused a massive car crash involving more than 18 vehicles, resulting in the death of at least 5, including 2 young children. Araya's bond, which was originally set at over $1 million, was reduced to only $7,000 by the Texas 427th Criminal District Court. Tamara Needles, a Democrat judge, oversees this district court. Are you starting to see a pattern now? Okay. Well, as I unpack this news story, I don't know if this is the accurate portrayal of who the person who oversees this court is. Tamara Needles. Let's do a double check. Tamara Needles court. Let's see what Grok can tell me here. All right, Tamara I don't know if that's her image. Image of her. 427th District Court since 17. Handles criminal cases. Okay. Oh, Grok. All right. Well, I don't know. Grok can't show me images. But yeah, these judges need to be held accountable. They need to be removed from their positions if they're making such... This guy didn't just have an accident. They're charging him with being drunk doing it. And I understand those are accidents. I get it. And I get that some people, if they have a couple drinks, they think they're fine, and maybe they're not. I get that some people get blackout drunk and will drive 120 miles an hour and crash into a car, burning the lady and her dog alive, like that Henry Ruggs. I believe that was his name, the wide receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders. And there's some people that have a few drinks and they drive the speed limit and then get in accidents, or someone else causes an accident, but they get... I get that there's a lot of stuff happening here. But this dude has 5 deaths on his docket. My understanding is he's not an American citizen. You don't let these people out. You cannot let these people out. A proven menace to society. I guess I didn't realize just how bad our judiciary had become. Moving on, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, Democrat, facing a $1.5 billion deficit. He spent over $600 million, according to Truth Politica. He spent over $600 million on migrants while the city fell apart. Now he's asking taxpayers for a bailout and pushing progressive revenue schemes. Flee blue cities, flee blue states. They don't like you. They actually hate you. What is this? A CEO saying that tariffs are good? Let's take a watch.
Well, first of all, Ford is really different. We make 80% in the U.S., more than any other manufacturer. In fact, we made 400,000 more vehicles than our next competitor, and that would fill up the entire island of Manhattan. That's how big of a gap we've made. So, look, we think this is really great for the country. We really support the president's initiative. We never left the America on car production, and so this moderation is reasonable. I think for mostly our competitors. They need more time, but at Ford, we're in good shape. And this is the right thing to do. We really appreciate the dialogue we've had with the president, but we have a lot more work to do with him and the team. Well, first of all, Ford is really...
All right. Who knew building the stuff we need in our own country would be a great idea? Who would have ever thought? All right, good job, Ford. Auto relief. Good. Defend your industries. You know, it's almost impossible to sell American vehicles in some foreign countries. That's not okay. That's not okay. They slap tariffs on, making it so expensive that nobody in their right mind would or will purchase an American vehicle. Then why the hell are we allowing those vehicles to be sold in our country? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Actually, where does that phrase come from? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Where is the origin and meaning of that? Sometimes I say things and like once I'm done, I'm like, what the hell did I even say? It means what's appropriate or beneficial for one person, the goose, should also be appropriate or beneficial for another, the gander, in terms of fairness or equal treatment, applying to situations where the same rules, standards, or opportunities should be extended to both parties, particularly in context of gender equality or justice. For example, if a man, the gander, expects certain privileges, the woman, the goose, should receive the same. Early usage in the 16th century English, John Lilly's Euphues and His England, 1580, where he wrote, as the goose drinks as oft as the gander, so the woman should be as free as the man. However, the more direct phrasing, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, is recorded later. English proverbs, cultural context. Oh, geez, we're back to Jim Crow laws about unequal treatment. Okay, there's a perfect put. And I know you're not watching me do this, but this is, where was I at? I was right here. Yeah, if you're not using Grok to do some quick searches, it is so much easier than going to Google and letting them push a slant, and they'll put a couple of articles up and a couple of links. But I'm just trying to get a quick overview. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. Just tell me what's up. But that's the point I wanted to make about the craziness of the Jim Crow accusations from that treasonous clown, Chucky Schumer. You know, he's saying it's Jim Crow to require proof that you're a citizen. No. See, that's not unequal treatment. Everyone, you have a birth certificate, you have a social security number. You just do it. Sign up and be like, yeah, I'm a American citizen with the rights and privileges granted thereof. Okay, cool. Vote. Get on the list as a verified member. Okay. That's something everyone will have to require and prove. Now, I get it. If it's a slippery slope into facial recognition and mark of the beast, I get it. I hate Animal Farm, 1984, all these dystopian things. I don't like that universe. But I also don't like a universe where 30 million people that snuck in the board, snuck in, were shoehorned in to be trafficked. We're shoehorned in to rig elections, potentially. We're shoehorned in to take American jobs. We're shoehorned in to change the permanent demographics of the nation. We're shoehorned in to replace all the smart people that fled blue cities and blue states because of the COVID totalitarian policies. I don't want those people getting near the voting booth. So what is the solution? I'm all ears. Free breather, question to you. If you're against the real ID, I understand it. What solution would you propose that we could use? And David, this question is for you and everybody else out there listening. Please tell me what you're thinking. What could we do to verify that the people who are voting are actually U.S. citizens. I'm all ears. If we can find a better way, I'm all in. All right, let's talk about President Trump. He says, I think he's talking about cutting your taxes. Here we go.
Taxes from almost 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing your taxes down from 21% to 15% if you build your product, make your product in the USA. So if you make it in the USA, those chips, those beautiful chips, we'll make those suckers in the USA, and you're going to be all the way down to 15%. And I think there's never been anything like it. So now we're at the lowest scale for a large country, by far the lowest scale. Cut your taxes from almost 40% down to 21%.
It's from 40 to 21 and now 15% taxes if they build their products in America. You know what? If your taxes drop, you're going to be, that's encouraging. You're nudging companies to build their products in America, making it financially viable for them to do so. Well, you're just going to pass that tax on to the consumer. Yeah, you're using slave labor in Bangladesh, the Philippines, Taiwan, China, India. Pick your third world country. China's not a third world country. How would you define China? But look at that. China provide financial incentives to get companies to build their products in America, which creates American jobs and American taxes. Guess what? You're going to get 0% if these companies are operating outside the United States. If they're inside, hey, give them a lower rate and they're going to do it. There's going to be jobs. Those paychecks are going to get taxed by the states that they're in, the cities, the states, the country that they're in. Work smarter. That's what I say. Continuing on. All right. So look, Zero Hedge is reporting that Ukraine has signed the final Trump brokered minerals deal. I want to get some information on that. Let's go to Grok before I continue on this story. I'm just going to, this is as easy as it gets. Trump mineral rights deal, Ukraine finalized? Question mark. They found 30 posts in 15 web pages. They're going to condense it down to April 30th after months of tense negotiations. According to Grok here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Ukrainian First Deputy Prime Minister Yulia Svirid. How do you, like, there's no Sviridenko established a joint U.S.-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. Ukraine contributes 50% of revenues from future state-owned natural resource projects, including minerals, oils, and gas, while retaining ownership of resources and deciding where to extract. The deal does not include debt obligations for past U.S. aid, which was a key Ukrainian concern. And future U.S. military assistance may count as contributions to the fund. It aims to attract Western investment for Ukraine's reconstruction and signals U.S. commitment for a peace process, though it lacks explicit security guarantees for Ukraine, a sticking point in negotiations. So we're not on the hook to defend them. Critics argue the deal prioritizes U.S. economic interests, while supporters see it as a step towards stabilizing Ukraine amidst ongoing conflict with Russia. All right, so there's a little bit of background on this tab where Zero Hedge reports that it's done. U.S. has preferential access to resources. Last-minute hiccups threatened to derail it, but U.S.-Ukraine finally signed the much-anticipated and controversial minerals deal. The U.S. has been granted privileged access to new investment projects to develop Ukraine's natural resources. Hey, bravo. Oh, is this Scott Bessent explaining it? Here we go.
Thanks to President Trump,
shared on Real America's Voice,
Trump's tireless efforts to secure a lasting peace, I am glad to announce the signing of today's historic economic partnership agreement between the United States and Ukraine, establishing the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. This partnership allows the United States to invest alongside Ukraine to unlock Ukraine's growth assets, mobilize American talent, capital, and governance standards, that will improve Ukraine's investment climate and accelerate Ukraine's economic recovery. The Development Finance Corporation will participate and help to establish this fund in collaboration with the government of Ukraine. Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine over the long term. It's time for this cruel and senseless war to end. The killing must stop, and both the United States and the government of Ukraine look forward to quickly operationalizing this historic economic partnership for both the Ukrainian and American people. Thanks to President
Hey, we said thank you, Trump administration, but we asked, will these funds go toward paying off the hundreds of billions of dollars that were laundered into Ukraine through Biden, though? Because according to this one, to this post on Grok, the deal does not include debt obligations for past U.S. aid. So they're saying that that's water under the bridge. That's just done. We're not getting paid back for that. Remember when the United States was in war with Iraq, and it was like, oh, it's for oil. And then it's like, well, wait, we're not getting the oil. Like, hang on, what's even happening here? Hundreds of billions of dollars were pumped in there, but they don't have to pay it back. Why would we do that? Why would the Trump administration sign a deal that wouldn't include paying back all that money laundered money? I'm sorry, humanitarian aid. I'm sorry, New World Order, military industrial complex, death porn. Whatever you want to call it, why aren't we getting paid back for that money? So, do I like this deal or do I not? I like having access to rare earth minerals because we need them, but is this the way? I don't know.
General
LA Mayor Karen Bass, according to Film the Police LA, they're accusing her of blocking an audit of her homelessness program.
public comment. Shame on all of you for not having Kenneth Mejia's back. Kenneth Mejia warned you guys, all of you, about our pending budget crisis. 18 months ago, we had record general fund reserves. Now we are in crisis with $1 billion deficit. You created that. Kenneth Mejia warned you guys, and the mayor said those were doomsday projections and theatrical projections. He was proven right. You were proven wrong. So now Kenneth Mejia wants to audit Inside Safe, a program we have spent $367 million on and permanently housed 905 people. He wants to audit it. Karen Bass stands in the way of it, and none of you people are speaking up. When are you going to make Karen Bass allow an audit of Inside Safe? The Inside Safe scam. It's because all your nonprofits are profiting off of it. Enjoy your day. General public.
There you go. Flee blue cities, flee blue states. We left Los Angeles. And that homelessness issue was a really big one. Oh, it got so bad. So, Moshen Madawi, a Columbia University student and green card holder, was released after being arrested by ICE on April 14th.
And I am saying it clear and loud.
Yes.
To President Trump and his cabinet.
Yes.
I am not afraid of you.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that works out for him. I don't think we're done with this guy. I have more stories in the stack about him. David says Ukraine is so corrupt. I hope they're going to watch the money. I know. I agree. Babylon B with a satirical post here. Democrats show solidarity. Let me try that again. This happens often to me. I start speaking and it's like 5 words come out in one syllable, and I have to slow down and reset and speak. Democrats show solidarity with MS-13 by getting new face tattoos. Oh, good grief. I love the Babylon Bee.
I'm a team.
Oh, here's Tim Walz. Why was he picked by Kamala Harris? I don't know. Let's listen.
Team player. I'm with it. And there's folks that I recognize.
He's a team player, and he's with it.
Are smarter than me. They analyze this. You put your input in. Running a.
Oh, you put your input in? I thought you put your input out. Oh.
A campaign that had never been run before, 100 days, in the situation we were at, running against a very unusual opponent on the other side. Mm-hmm. And look, my job was to do it. Look, I knew I was on the ticket. I would argue because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota that improved people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, you know, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
But you could be giving them permission on TV every day. You could have been messaging that way, and that isn't necessarily how it shook out.
Well, yes, but I also said I understand myself. I said I think I'll give you pretty good stuff, but I'll also give you 10% problematic. And so somebody's got to make the decision here to handle some of this stuff and to make it in. Those are just decisions that were made. And I think after the fact, it is not second guessing or anything. I think it's fair to go back on and look at this. Look, we had the most qualified person who'd run for president in this country's history at the top of the ticket.
Did this just happen? Did Tim Walz just say that Kamala Harris is the most qualified person to run for office at the top of their ticket? I'm sorry, but I think that might be worth listening to another time just to hear that line again, to make sure I heard it right. Did he really just say that? Yeah, you just love how they're lying straight to our faces, David. I know.
That in itself should have got this thing won. We had, in my opinion, and you can disagree with.
And he's saying 10% of what Tim Walz brings to the table is trash. Okay.
I think history will prove me right. A very unqualified person on the other side. And
who was unqualified on the other side? Someone that was a president for 4 years? I just, these people are living in an absolute alternate reality.
You have to determine how do you get.
And it's a businessman that's creating all sorts of business deals. Stuff that we've seen hemorrhaging of American manufacturing, hemorrhaging of American jobs. We've seen absolute abuse in trade policies. America getting taken advantage of at the border and in tariffs.
Those hits. What was the best way? Did it make sense to continue to, call him weird or call that out, or make this pit?
Oh, or is he talking about J.D. Vance being unqualified? J.D. Vance is weird. Says the guy that put tampons in men's bathrooms. Says the lady that can't make it 5 minutes through an interview without cackling or stammering or giving you word salad instead of an actual answer.
That we are significantly different and our policies can improve your lives. And there's people that make those decisions, and whether it's right or wrong or not, I guess history will make that. I'm a team player. I'm with it. And there's folks that
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to play it a second time, but oh my Lord. So it's been 100 days for President Trump, and here's the cabinet weighing in on the first
Appreciate it very much.
The first stage. Let's hear what Linda McMahon has to say about the Education Department report.
So? Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now through our RIF program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidated, so there are There are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education.
Appreciate it very much. So,
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself.
It's a pretty good line. I don't think I've ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. But yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute train wreck. The Department of Education. Things used to be great. Things used to be really good with our education, and everything went sideways at a certain point. Everything went bonkers. So yeah, it is absolutely time to remove that agency. It's not working. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. It's actually counterintuitive. It's actually counterproductive. Because not only are you getting a bad education, not only are you not receiving a great education, you're receiving terrible Marxist indoctrination. You are much better off having nothing than you are what these teachers' unions have been providing you and your children for a long time now. David saying it's very mentally ill and mind controlled. Yeah. I mean, I get it. You want to teach your kids. And you want to indoctrinate them to like the country. Instead, like this whole generation, they grow up and they hate the place that they're living. They don't want to be here. They don't have any good impressions of America because they've had anti-American teachers brainwashing them. So you turn your kid over to a bunch of weirdos for 8 hours a day and you get them back and they're different humans. Nah, we got to change this. Teach kids to be successful. Don't teach them to regurgitate radical left-wing talking points. Elizabeth Bar-Kohana shares this post from Rupar, a guy so disingenuous, a verb has been made of his name. To Rupar somebody is to deceptively edit a video into something that's the exact opposite of what was said by omitting a certain part of it. Aaron Rupar was famous for pushing the fine people hoax, forever sullied, forever soiled, forever untrustworthy, because he knew what he did. And it's just he'll do anything to score political points. I'm going to tell you a Michelle Obama story coming up. I said, Michelle Obama said, what? But maybe in the proper context, it's a different story. Maybe it's not exactly how some people are reporting it. I don't care enough to lie to you about stories. I'll tell you when I don't really understand what's going on here. Could it be this? Could it be that? We can sort it out in the comments. I don't know. But I'm never going to push a fake story while knowing that it's fake. I'm not going to do it. Anyway, that's Aaron Rupar, but he says, Trump, he had an MS-13 on his knuckles, tattooed. Moran, that was photoshopped. Trump, Terry, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. I picked you, but you're not being very nice. Okay, so this is about everybody's favorite illegal alien who's not an illegal alien, who had 2 court orders to deport him, except he didn't, who was an MS-13 gang member, but he wasn't. He's Schrodinger's illegal alien. He is and he isn't. And on his fingers, he has tattoos, and those tattoos represent MS-13. Marijuana, smiley face, a cross, and a skull. One of the images had the letters MS-13 over top of the fingers, and President Trump was saying, no, he had that on his fingers, tattooed. And Moran is like, nope, that was photoshopped. So they're kind of saying the same thing. They're kind of not saying the same thing. They're saying opposite things, but they are. I don't understand why this story is so impossible to get figured out. Elizabeth Barco-Hanna here says, if the tattoos don't represent MS-13, then why does his wife cover them up in every photo that she posts of him? Now, I don't know if this is every photo she posts of him. Aesthetica says, he's not MS-13, guys. His wife just covers his MS-13 tattoo in every photo that she posts. 3 hearts, right, or 2 hearts, right over top of the, nowhere else, specifically over the fingers. Because she knows. She knows. We know. Everybody knows. Jeez. Okay. Here's another story. This is Fox 4. I don't know who this reporter is, but they're talking about the Tesla firebomber. Here's another judge. Can we please evaluate what it means to be a judge and how you get to become a judge? And should you be able to be removed as a judge? I don't understand what's happening, how these decisions can be made. Take a listen to this. Domestic terrorist. Let's hear it.
John, the government wanted Owen McIntyre.
This guy's named Malik Jackson, and he's outside the U.S. District Courthouse in Kansas City, Missouri.
To spend the time before trial behind bars, but the judge in Boston sided with the defense in this case, which cited multiple medical issues facing the 19-year-old, including autism spectrum disorder, gender dysphoria, and ADHD. McIntyre's attorney argued the teen should be released, citing serious and ongoing medical needs.
So this person
and treatments that could not or would not be provided while in federal detention. The defense filing says
Why would the treatment not be provided in federal detention? If you're taking medication, don't you get to stay on medication? Is that part of the criminal process? I thought that they have like commissaries, or they have the medical staff, and that they do provide you with medicine that you need.
McIntyre is being treated for depression.
So it's okay to just go out and firebomb Teslas because Elon bad, because he's helping Trump, and Trump is an orange man bad because I love global governance, or open borders, or criminals attacking Americans, or rampant inflation, or giving away Afghanistan. Like what? Because you're depressed, you get to firebomb Teslas? I'm not following it.
And since March has been receiving gender-affirming care.
Oh, Lord.
That care would likely be interrupted or terminated in federal custody.
Okay. Is that something that they're claiming is medically necessary?
And John, the government wanted Owen McIntyre to spend the time before trial behind bars, but
because I don't think that's medically necessary. If I mean, depression could have medicine involved, right? But are you depressed because of gender dysphoria? Like, why aren't they treating the gender dysphoria? Because that is a medical condition. That's a clinical medical condition. That's a break with reality. That's misunderstanding the environment that you're in, thinking you're something you're not. It's in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, gender dysphoria. You would treat someone to work with them and go, no, buddy, you're fine as you are. You're okay. Not to like pump you full of hormones and, well, you're depressed. Well, are you depressed because you're suffering from gender dysphoria? What type of treatment and care is this person receiving? I feel like I have more questions than answers on this one.
The judge in Boston sided with the defense in this case, which cited multiple medical issues facing the 19-year-old.
I'm sorry, ADHD? This is a medical issue? This is just...
including autism spectrum disorder.
So you're an autist. You're on the spectrum. You have gender dysphoria. You're depressed. And you've decided in your heart of hearts, while suffering all these issues, I'm going to commit acts of domestic terrorism. Well, it must be difficult for you. So let's release you. Let's get you out on the streets again. In what universe does that make sense? That's a person you absolutely keep locked up. They're unhinged.
Gender dysphoria and ADHD. McIntyre's attorney argued the teen should be released, citing serious and ongoing medical needs and treatments that could not or would not be provided.
Okay, I think this is repeated here. This story update sounds completely backward. Backward. If all of these medical conditions helped, I'll air quote, cause this domestic terrorist to lash out, then this person is exactly who needs to remain behind bars so they can't cause any more damage to innocent people ever again. Send. This cannot be real life. Released. Yeah, well, this happened. This is the question of the day, everybody. I need everyone to stop what you're doing and leave a comment right now. Even if you've watched before and you never comment now. I want to know. Who would win in a fight? 100 men or a gorilla? I want to know. My opinion is 100 men. Now, a good point was raised. I saw Dave Rubin answer. Kenneth, wait, Kenneth, how long you been lurking? Did you just get here? Or you just been sitting, hanging tight? Kenneth, did you literally just show up, or you been lurking for better part of an hour? Hello, Kenneth from Florida. David from Ontario. And Free Breather from Springfield, Ohio. All right, why do you choose the gorilla? Now, here's what I'm going to say. I watched Dave Rubin answer this, and he kind of had a interesting point. Are these 100 Democrat soy boys, or are these 100 like Republican badasses? The testosterone level is very different between Democrats and Republicans. De facto, the Democrat Party has turned into the party of women, and the Republicans have turned into the party of men. I don't know how we got here. I guess because of abortion or something. I don't know. Doesn't make sense, but a bunch of soy boy betas on the Democrat side and a bunch of gun-toting, rough and tumble Republicans on the other side. I don't know. I would probably choose the gorilla if it was 100 soy boys. But if this was just, are these badasses? Like, are these 100 Marines? 100 random people? Where like maybe half of the people are soy boy weaklings and half are strong men? I don't know. But I'm just trying to like imagine like an average American man. But you pick an average American man, they're kind of out of shape, not very fit, not very strong. I don't know. Do I get to pick the 100 men? That's a huge one, but I would say 100 men. Where was I watching this? Maybe it was on Adam Carolla, and they were talking about, you ever see that video where there's like a hornet and there's a bunch of ants, and the hornet does something, and then, you know, there's a bunch of ants, but like whatever, and the hornet's doing its thing, but then eventually just there's 100 hornets or 100 ants, and it's just like they just overpower. They just eventually overpower them. So, I mean, could you hold a gorilla down? No. Could 100 people hold a gorilla down? I mean, well, could somebody get them in a rear chokehold? Could somebody gouge out the eyes? So you know, now the gorilla's just thrashing blindly. Can you get a chokehold? Can you try to pin down a leg while the chokehold? Then another arm is pinned down, and then another arm, then 3 people on the arm, and 4 people on the legs, and 10 people on the legs, and 10 people on the arms, and the chokehold, and the. I'm betting on 100 men. Kenneth says gorilla. David, I'll just say average men. Just a scatter shot. Yeah, soybeans make soy boys. They really do. Actually, let me do that search. Estrogen in soy. Type this into Grok, see what it says. Soy contains compounds called isoflavones, which are phytoestrogens, plant-based substances that can mimic or interact with estrogen in the body due to their similar chemical structure. The primary isoflavones in soy are genistein, didazein, and glycine. Isoflavones can bind to estrogen receptors, ER alpha and ER beta, in the body, but their effect is weaker than human estrogen, estradiol. They can act as either estrogen agonists, mimicking estrogen, or antagonists, blocking estrogen, depending on the tissue and existing estrogen levels. Does soy increase estrogen? In people with low estrogen, postmenopausal women, soy may slightly mimic estrogen, increasing symptoms like hot flashes. Men in soy. Studies show that soy does not significantly affect testosterone or estrogen levels in men. I've read otherwise. Or that it's a maybe. I don't know. But look, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the 100 men. Kenneth, David, Free Breather, are you following our Instagram channel for the New American Media? Do you have an Instagram? Because I'll encourage everybody to go to the New American Media Instagram and place your bet. Gorilla or 100 men, please. Congressman Jasmine. Oh, boy, of course. RFK Jr. says fluoride makes you stupider. Interesting take from a man actively proving it's not the water, it's the policy. This ain't healthcare. It's headline chasing with a government badge. Community notes, unfortunately, fluoride does have long-term neurotoxic effects. Also, wig glue, if used excessively, can also cause neurological problems, which is what likely led Congressman Jasmine Crockett to post this. What? Okay, I gotta do a search. By the way, I'll put up about countervailing views. Here you go. I believe this is a satirical post or a humorous post, but now I'm curious. Wig glue neurotoxic effects. Let me ask. Wig glue neurotoxic effects. To see if that's accurate or not. I'm taking it as a joke, but now I'm wondering. Wig glue can pose neurotoxic risks due to certain chemical ingredients, though the evidence is not fully conclusive and varies based on usage, exposure, and individual sensitivity. Phthalates that are enhancing flexibility in some glues are linked to endocrine disruption, neurological development impairment, general chemical exposure, and toluene. All right. Well, shit. That's kind of funny. But fluoride, yes. Fluoride has been proven to have negative consequences. Here is Glenn Beck talking with investigative journalist Whitney Webb.
It gets frightening.
Well, it's tied up with depopulation, right? You have this being sort of the new path of eugenics. And so, I don't think these people ultimately care about, how many people are left, right?
Smart and right.
Well, eugenics is...
you.
People like to act like eugenics disappeared, and it hasn't. It's just rebranded. And if you look at the history, it's very clear, and it's very disconcerting.
It's just rebranded. It's very clear. It's very disconcerting. It's just the way she speaks.
That's why everything you're
it's very disconcerting.
Seeing that is coming out of policy all over the world, all of the all of the World Economic Forum seems so
look
Malthusian.
At Canada, the medically assisted death originally it was going to be
Right.
for terminally ill people. Now people are pitching it to homeless people in Canada, saying you're too poor to live. Do you want to kill yourself?
How do we not remember what happened last time?
Well, I think some of these people, you look at the Rockefellers, they funded what happened last time. You know, there's sort of these mergers, because there's many of them, of Silicon Valley companies and big pharma. You know, they're framing it as healthcare, but it's eugenics being framed as healthcare. And it's...
David, you got all... What's your thought on the eugenics and the healthcare of the Canadian idea that you can off yourself, and that's what they consider to be healthcare? How do you feel about that?
It's really...
Terrifying.
I mean, it's terrifying. It's crazy. There's a lot of words for it, but, you know, ultimately it has to be stopped. And unfortunately, COVID has set this precedent where it can be mandatory, or where you can lose your livelihood, where you can, you know, not be able to travel. You can basically be placed under house arrest unless you agree to it.
If you don't, I mean, in the grand scheme of where we've all been upgraded, we're all part of the internet.
Upgraded.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think that's the intention. That's how they're selling it to people. If you look at this, for example, the British Eugenics Society, where a lot of this came from, you look at someone like H.G. Wells, best known as a science fiction writer, but also a avowed eugenicist. He predicted that in 100 to 200 years, there would be two human races. There would be the upgraded, augmented elite who were intellectual and attractive, and you know, were the ones that did everything, and then
there'll be the natives, the heathens, the mouth breathers that don't want internet in our skull,
and a dwarf-like, troll-like, squat underclass that eats bugs. And, you know, for people that have been paying attention, it seems like, you know, they're selling this as one way. It's all going to be a utopian thing if we all upgrade. I mean, that's how it's being framed, right? But if you look at how these people think, they don't want that. They're looking at feudalism and how do you create a class of slaves that cannot even cognitively rebel ever again.
This is where it gets...
That's where we're headed. Get ready for it. Jack Posobiec says liberals won 80% of high immigrant districts in Canada. David, did you know that? According to Jack Posobiec, liberals won 80% of high immigrant districts in Canada. Canada's population is now 25% foreign born. A fourth of your country is not Canadian. And that number is set to increase. This is what they want for America. America will pass on the Obama doctrine. I'm sorry, the global, the worldwide. There we go. On the worldwide Obama doctrine of foreign colonization. No thanks. Canada's population is 25% foreign born, set to increase. Are you kidding me? Okay, so here's Michelle Obama said, what? We said, hold on. Is this edited audio? Got to do some research here. Did you all see this clip? Oh, boy. All right. Did you see this video? Here's Michelle Obama.
Dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, you know, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. Dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, you know, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man.
Particularly as a Black man. I'm going to ask, did Michelle Obama say it warms her heart as a black man? So I think the context here is that she's speaking to Marlon Wayans, who is saying that Marlon Wayans' kid has gender dysphoria. Let's get the context from Grok. Where's it at? Let me switch there you go, so you can read it. Yes, Michelle Obama did say the phrase, "It warms my heart as a black man," during her podcast IMO with Obama and Craig Robinson, while speaking with guests Damon and Marlon Wayans. The comment came as she praised Marlon Wayans for being a role model in raising a transgender child with gender dysphoria, saying, "I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, I'm just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender. And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share that journey of..." However, the context and intent of her statement have been widely debated. In the full interview, it appears that she was addressing Marlon Wayans, a black man, and likely meant to say that his actions warm her heart, particularly given his perspective as a black man. The phrasing was awkward, leading to misinterpretation. A viral clip shared on X on April 30th of 25 by accounts like End Wokeness and Daily Noah News edited the statement to imply Michelle Obama was referring to herself as a black man, fueling a long-standing theory about her gender, her sex. These theories, often referred to as the Big Mike rumor, have been propagated by figures like Malik Obama and mentioned by commentators like Joan Rivers before her death in 2014, but lack credible evidence at this time. Fact-checking sources like Lead Stories and the Times of India clarified the clip was taken out of context. The proper transcription shows she was cueing a question for Wayans, not describing herself. Some ex-users, like Chuck Pittman, also noted she was clearly referring to Wayans, not herself, despite the clumsy wording. However, the edited clip sparked significant online controversy, with posts on X amplifying the misinterpretation and reigniting debates about her sex, often whatever. Critically, while the establishment narrative dismisses the controversy as a misrepresentation, the lack of a direct clarification from Michelle Obama herself leaves room for speculation. Her history of facing racist and sexist attacks, well, the Obamas have made plenty of racist and sexist attacks too, as noted in her 24 DNC speech where she criticized Trump's birtherism. Well, asking to see the birth certificate to prove eligibility to run for president, that's a fair question. And being shown a certificate of live birth that is not a birth certificate, and then having one of those major players, the key clerk in Hawaii that released that, ended up dying in a very strange plane crash in the water, dragged underneath, eerily reminiscent of how the Obama chef drowned in a tiny little piece of water. Eerily reminiscent of Joan Rivers making her comments about Michelle Obama being a transgender man, or a man, whatever they call it, a man that's has gender dysphoria who presents as a woman. Joan Rivers dead very shortly later, a month or two later, something like that. So yeah. And then Michelle Obama's book is called Becoming, implying that a woman can become that a man can become a woman, which you cannot. You cannot change the biology of your chromosomes. You cannot find a uterus. You are born a man or you are born a woman. I know there are some hermaphroditic genital mutations where someone could not have a penis or a vagina. But yeah, you're born a man or a woman. You cannot become the other. But that's exactly what the Obama doctrine has been pushing on us since 2014 and before. A full court press to make transgenderism a major topic in the country for some reason, almost as if there's a personal reason why. Like it's a pet issue of Obama's. So yeah, this story's been out there for a long time. Anyway, there's ambiguity in her phrasing. Then you combine that with a viral spread of the edited clip and this highlights how easily context can be manipulated to fit pre-existing biases or conspiracy narratives, says Grok. I probably have another video of this, probably a longer one, but we'll play this one more time. Minus the X-Files theme. Obama covers the heart and says, particularly as a black man. Like, that's still like the body language part of covering your heart is like I am talking about me and how I feel and how I am, particularly as a black man. Still hand over heart. Remember Elon did that? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, oh, he's a Nazi. Look, he moved his arm off of his heart. Kenneth, you get a hole or a pole. Embrace it. Yeah, the Michelle Obama book is called Becoming, as kind of implying that maybe that's what's going on. I don't know.
Dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man.
All right. But if they, yeah, it's a big story. Obama said, what? But is this edited audio? We got to dig a little deeper. Oh, Luke Radowski, you so funny. When they asked me who I think the next pope should be, shows Alex Jones holding a gay frog there. Yeah, if you're not following the New American Media on Instagram, please do so. Do it now. Do it now. We post a lot of funny memes, stuff that you can share. If you follow the New American Media, you're going to get dank memes and timely news stories. We give you both. We give you everything you're looking for. Here you go. Here's another funny one. You know how Facebook has these? You throw a flag in and you mark yourself safe. Well, this is the flag. We're marked safe from Kamala Harris's first 100 days as President of the United States today. That warms my heart as a black man. No, not mine. I meant, when I said it warms my heart, particularly as a black man, I meant somebody else. Anyway, yes, we're marking ourselves safe from Kamala Harris's first 100 days as POTUS. Whew. It warms my heart. Particularly. So that was pretty funny. President Trump being asked one question.
One question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of turmoil at the Pentagon.
A lot of turmoil. Yeah. It's being created by your lying legacy media outlets pushing turmoil at every turn.
Blah, 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 blah. He's a talented guy. He's young. He's smart, highly educated.
Yep.
And I think he's going to be a very good hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have
Hegseth.
100% confidence in anything. Okay? Anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question.
Very, very stupid.
I don't know. Let me ask you out there. How do you feel about that? Is it a stupid question? Do you agree or disagree? Is that a stupid question? I mean, I get what Trump's saying. You can't be 100% certain of anything. So that's a stupid question. But, you know, it's not the worst question.
It's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence.
It's a good point.
I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
I want to ask one.
I don't have 100% confidence we're going to finish this interview. That's funny. It's well said. Gunther Eagle Man says it's now been 100 days having the White House, the Senate, and the House, the Senate, and the White House. We should have already passed new election laws, paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID cards, which are proof of citizenship. If we don't do this, the left will continue to cheat and we'll deserve to lose. What do you think? If we don't pass those, do we deserve to lose? Agree or disagree? Got to assume the Republicans are in on the big steal too. That they're in on their little game. There's a lot of Republicans that are in on the deep state. They are all deep state. And they know that if they play the game, their districts will keep putting them in office. So they'll selfishly go along with some stuff and maybe block some other things, right? But for the good of the nation, what should we be doing? It's a fair question. Do we deserve to lose? On one hand, yeah. You have everything you need, and you're still not passing legislation about new election laws. Chuck Schumer's blocking the election law. Oh, yeah? Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene has another theory on this I'll get to in a second. I think her theory, at this point, it might be what you need. All right, this story cracked me up. This is on Newsmax.
These pictures show the moments the Fresno County Sheriff's SWAT team closed in on 29-year-old Elan Lopez Sanchez.
Seems like a wonderful fellow. Elan Lopez Sanchez. People do that. Every time we hear a Hispanic name on TV, whether or not the anchor is Hispanic, we suddenly have to shapeshift into a perfect Hispanic accent. Police arrested 25-year-old Elan Alain Sanchez. And I mean that honestly. Why do we do that? When I say Alejandro Mayorkas, I just say Alejandro Mayorkas. But on CNN, it's Alejandro Mayorkas. I'm Irish. When police arrest someone with an Irish name, I don't say police just arrested 25-year-old Charlie McLaughlin. I just say police arrested Charlie McLaughlin. It's for all of these reasons that America elected Donald Trump in 2016 and then elected Donald Trump again in 2024.
These pictures show the
We'll listen to her do it one more time.
moments the Fresno County Sheriff's SWAT team closed in on 29-year-old Elan Lopez Sanchez.
Seems like a wonderful fellow. Elan Lopez Sanchez.
I've wondered this for a long time. The back-breaking efforts to add emphasis and cultural flavor to names. Yeah, Charlie McLaughlin. I don't do a good Irish. I got to work on my Irish impression. David's saying kind of a stupid question. Yeah, and the media does twist things. I get it. Yeah, this video just cracked me up because I've always noticed that, and I've always thought it was kind of ridiculous when they go into hyper accent mode. Just say the name. Just say the name. It just cracks me up.
A lot of people do that. Every time we hear a Hispanic name on TV, whether or not the anchor is Hispanic, we suddenly have to shapeshift into a perfect Hispanic accent. Police arrested 25-year-old Elan Alain Sanchez. And I mean that honestly. Why do we do that? When I say Alejandro Mayorkas, I just say Alejandro Mayorkas.
Alejandro Mayorkas. That's how I say it. Alejandro Mayorkas. I'm not going to intentional. You know what? I think I have to share this story with you. I was at a comedy club. I performed. I was talking with several people. And there were other people. And we were having a conversation, and it came up about Spanish or speaking Spanish. And maybe I said in some form or manner, I estudio español en escuela para 13 y medio años. You know, there's a right way to pronounce Spanish words, and then everyone has their own unique accent to it. And this person got all sorts of like aggressive, weird, confrontational. She can't stand it when people speak Spanish inaccurately or not appropriately or without the right accent or inflection, or there's a lot of different regions and there's a lot of different ways that we say Spanish. And I'm like, huh? What's going on here? Like, I was just generally confused, legitimately generally confused. Whatever I said was meant as just, yeah, I like speaking Spanish. I know a little bit, and I like talking it. I like practicing. And it irritated this woman so much. And I just kind of let her ramble and rant. I'm like, I don't know what's going on or why you're angry or what deep-seated anti-white, anti-English, Spanish translate. I don't know what personal animus this lady held in her heart as a black man. Oh, Michelle Obama. And by the way, that Michelle Obama clip, I guess she was probably saying that she appreciates Marlon Wayans as a black man, something for a kid with gender dysphoria, for his kid with gender dysphoria. Anyway, and so this lady's like going off, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I'm like, I took 3.5 years of Spanish. I've been to Mexico multiple times. I like speaking Spanish. I'm not going to apologize for my broken Spanglish. I don't feel ashamed. I don't know what you're trying to make me feel right now, but it's not going to happen. And I don't get why this got weird. And it got really testy and strange. And I go, all right, hold on. I go, can I talk to you for a second? Can I take 3 steps over here and talk to you for a second if it's all right? And she's like, yeah. And we took a few steps over. I go, I don't know what's going on. What's happening right now? She goes, I don't either. And I go, are we okay? She's like, yeah, we're okay. I go, well, what was it? I just, and like, kind of whatever. We sorted it out. But I'm like, I certainly wasn't attempting to do anything to upset you, but you're clearly upset with me. Are we okay? Like, is there something we need to, because I'm not going to apologize for speaking some Spanish. I learned a little bit of it. I can say zapatos, and that means shoes. I can say ciudad. 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 T-H-A-D. Ciudad. Ciudad. Yeah, there's regional accents for all sorts of different places. There's not one way to speak English. Go into the South. Oh, there's different twangs. Midwest, East Coast, West Coast. Wicked awesome. Yeah, where's Bella's chance today? Bella's in the Bay. Or yeah, didn't he say, I'm thinking Chesapeake Bay. Now I'm thinking of the wrong region. Where did he say? Anyway, Massachusetts, Boston area. I had that really strange encounter this week. But yeah, I meant no ill will or disrespect or harm. And I'm glad I was able to like calm things down with that lady. And then they took off shortly after. So I don't know if that altercation made them take off or they were on their way out anyway. But like, it was beyond strange. But yeah, when I'm referencing Alejandro Mayorkas, I might say Alejandro, but I don't think I'm gonna. It's a wicked pissa. Yes, Kenneth. I don't think I'm gonna roll my R's. Alejandro Mayorkas. Cha cha cha. Tilt of the hat. Brrr. I mean, there's really amplifying the dialectual. Alejandro Mayorkas. But it's like the whole news report is like, And in other news, today the Biden administration announced that that Alejandro Mayorkas will be visiting Vermont to deal with it. It's like, what just happened in that little part? Why did you change everything about those 2 words? I think it's hilarious this dude called that out. I think that's really funny.
But on CNN, it's Alejandro Mayorkas. I'm Irish. When police arrest someone with an Irish name, I don't say, police just arrested 25-year-old Charlie McLaughlin.
Charlie McLaughlin.
I just say police arrested Charlie McLaughlin. It's for all of these reasons that America elected Donald Trump in 2016 and then elected Donald Trump again in 2024.
These pictures show.
Anyway, I that was interesting. All right, so it's a conversation here shared from Parenting Unlocked. It's not Eric Weinstein, Harvard PhD, public intellectual. He's being asked, have you seen the data about boys leaning right now? When I said the Democrats are the party of women and Republicans are the party of men, I'm not like offering an opinion. I'm telling you a statistical fact. When you break down the demographics, soy boys and women vote Democrat. MAGA ladies and masculine men vote Republican.
Have you seen the data showing the movement of teenage boys politically to the right? Have you been looking at this?
Where else are they going to go?
Where else are they?
It's a good question.
I mean, I had a teenage boy. I still have one, but he's 18 now. And I watched them be pushed farther and farther right by their schools.
The schools did this. Oh, geez. They got the music in the background. YouTube is going to give me a copyright strike like they did 2 days ago. So, do I play you the clip? Because there's a synthesized E-note, C-note. Oh, copyright. Oh, how dare you play copywritten material? It's like, shut up. I'm playing a conversation with these 2 humans. I'm not even listening to music until I have to think about it in terms of will Google silence this video? Because that's exactly what they did. My video about Reddit bots contains copyrighted material. As a result, it has been blocked in some countries and regions. Partially blocked. A copyright restriction. Oh, I hate YouTube so much. I spent so much of my life trying to build an empire, trying to build a business model on YouTube. I'm a fool. I'm a fool for doing it. And on Facebook. I can't trust either of these companies. Fuck it. Let's listen to the interview because I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. If they give me a ding, I'm going to have to appeal the copyright and say, I am a media outlet. I have fair use authorization to play clips. This is a clip of a conversation. If there happens to be music in the background, it's incidental. I'm covering the news. We're talking about the Department of Education with Linda McMahon earlier in the show. We're talking about boys and girls. We're talking about the Democrat and Republican parties. We're talking about society. I'm going to play the clip.
You suck.
Yeah, the men were told you suck. That's what the Department of Education is telling men. You suck.
All of your instincts are bad. These girls are amazing. Look at you. You're pathetic. Be less masculine.
Yep. Be less masculine, eat less meat, have more soy.
And more attractive. You're just barking at them constantly.
Mm-hmm. How do you think I turned out the way I did? I had a lot of teachers pushing a lot of garbage, and I pushed back.
They're not moving right. They're moving out of your stupid way. You've given them what? Nothing.
There's no choice.
Nothing.
You're not giving these boys anything. You're browbeating them. You're trying to shame them into silence and compliance. Nope, not doing that.
My son's friends died recently by his own hand.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of pressures he was put under.
And I've had this conversation with somebody close to me about, oh, this person really has a hard time understanding that there is an anti-male bias in the world, that there's an anti-white bias in this world, that there's an anti-Christian bias in this world, anti-straight bias in this world. It's been pushed for decades. And this person, I have this conversation, and it kind of keeps coming up, but it's kind of just pushing me away from the person, honestly. I'm like, I know you're not a straight white Christian man. I get it. But everything has been stacked to put interesting pressure on these demographics of people. Shame, silence. That's what the Obama doctrine is about. And this is, obviously it's not like Obama's the ringleader. He's not smart enough to be the ringleader of all this. Neither is George Soros. It's all kind of like, they're all sort of on the same team and they're all kind of moving in the general same direction, but it's not like there's only one person responsible. That being said, recognizing historical inequities between non-males, I get that there have been a lot of things that women were prohibited from doing. Was society better back then? Some people have said no. Some people have said yes. Some people have said, huh? What do you mean better? Just what? Voting. I mean, shit. There's a thought that if you're not a property owner in the country, you shouldn't have a voting right. You don't have any skin in the game. You don't have the policies that you're going to push aren't going to impact you. Yeah, and women couldn't work or they couldn't earn the same wage as men. This is so not the case in 2025, but some people, like this person who I'm speaking with, who I've had multiple conversations about, it's like, you have benefited from being a female. You have benefited from being a female. I have been discriminated against from being a dude. Oh, guys aren't discriminated against. Really? Really? Well, that sounds racist. I feel like you're getting more racist. This was in reaction to the story of the hockey player that did the elevated leg kick to slash and end the life of a hockey player, one of the dirtiest hockey players around. And in the context of that story, I explained that the media went out of their way. Like the split image would show the deceased white hockey player. And then it said that someone was arrested and it showed a white person with handcuffs behind their back being led. Like those were the two images they're showing you. But it's a black dude that killed him. And you're wondering, why did the UK not press charges? Is it because it's a black guy? Does race have anything to do with this? When I saw the story, when it first happened a year and a half ago, and I played the clip on yesterday's show, I don't want to share it again, but these people have helmets on and gloves and shoulder pads and jerseys. I can't tell what anyone looks like. I don't care what anyone looks like. In the context of the conversation, it was like, well, no, I think you care. It sounds like you're being racist. What it sounds like, what it should sound like, is that I'm describing how some media companies have bent over backward to try to protect the killer in this story. And falsely tried to race swap with images a white dude being arrested as if it was a white hockey player on a white hockey player. That's your story. It's just factually inaccurate. And they won't say the name of the killer either. Oh, we don't even want to besmirch that person's image. Would you do that if the races were reversed? And that has been the ongoing conversation about this story, not by me, by many others. And as we scrolled the comments, many comments about the UK bending over backward for their foreign invaders that are taking over their country and what role race plays in it. And then when English people, when Great Britain residents post something online about Muslim invaders taking over London, taking over their country, they get a knock on the door from the police to get arrested because they're not allowed to notice the Obama doctrine of flooding a sovereign nation with non-citizens. These are things that are happening. This isn't my opinion on it. These are things that are happening. And as you try to understand why they absolutely would not say this guy's name. They wouldn't show a picture of the guy. Tell me when you arrest a guy and it's a known hockey player, you don't show that image. Well, in this case, I remember the Trayvon case where for some reason, they went and found like a 6-year-old video to show this angelic little boy. This dude was a large dude. Actually, let me double check the height of Trayvon. They showed a picture from like 7th grade or something. Oh, okay. I guess he was only 5'11". Anyway. The media protects certain people in stories and they destroy certain people in stories. And so, is there any pressure under men? Oh, please, men don't have any pressure. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind that there's no pressure on men? That's not to take away that there's pressure on women. There is. But this, Weinstein here, he's having he's trying to parse out like what type of pressure is being put on these men. What are they being told and indoctrinated about? How are they being just constantly hit with a ruler in class, metaphorically, or literally sometimes, at least they used to. Beaten over the head with anti-male ideology, toxic femininity, to say that all masculinity is toxic masculinity. That's not to say that all dudes are good dudes. Of course not. Just like all women are not great women. But that doesn't mean all things masculine are toxic. But it gets conflated into that. It gets blurred together. So what type of pressure are these people put under? Young men, what type of pressure are young men being put under? A lot. Because let's face it, there's a lot of pressure under every human. And by the way, this Obama doctrine, let me clarify something. This isn't just about an Islamic invasion into Europe. This is about the Obama doctrine of flooding sovereign nations with people from everywhere. David, up in Canada, what'd you say? Canada's been overrun by Indian immigrants. The United States has been overrun by Mexican and Central American and South American immigrants. Aliens, criminal aliens, illegal aliens. Ireland, Sweden, Great Britain, France, Germany. Look at any country and see what's happening. Military-aged men from all parts. I mean, Pakistanis, Ukrainians, Chinese, Afghans. It's not about black and white. It's not about Mexican and American. It's about sovereign citizen. Well, I guess that's a different phrase. Let me change that. The issue is about citizens of a free and independent nation having their voting rights diluted by flooding their country full of people who are not from that country to change policies in their country into things they don't want their country to turn into. That's the Obama doctrine. I know Kenneth is saying he's so glad he grew up in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I think in The Matrix, they said that society peaked in 1999. I think they were right.
But I watched those kids go through this pressure cooker created.
A lot of pressure.
By this crazy, parasitized, left-wing education.
Damn it, the fucking music in the background of this. The educational movement. Get away from our sons. Get away from our daughters. Get away from our sons and daughters, not left and right. I don't have a Republican bone in my body. Get the crazy people who do not understand human development away from our children. He says. I wish I could have played it for you. It's just like a swell of a chord on a piano. Oh no, that's some piece of music you've never heard of. It's I hate having to not let that person speak in their own words. My kingdom for some sanity on this issue. It really does impact the show. I'm not a fan of it. Here's Marco Rubio setting a few things straight about the State Department, by the way. Little Marco getting a little testy, a little fiery. I kind of like this version of Marco.
I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States Department of State. Not the World Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by three things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those three things, and hopefully all three of those things, we're not doing it. Now, we went out and hired a consulting firm to help us organize ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the Department of Government Efficiency. And they helped us do a
That's okay, funny line.
couple things. Number one is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff.
The United States government under Joe Biden, Barack Obama, for 12 of the last 16 years has been funding insane stuff. I don't want a single wasted dollar in our government. You want to do that? Do it privately. Don't use our tax dollars for this.
Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things. I'm sure there were very good puppet shows, and I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world can go pay for it, but the American taxpayer should not. We've also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of them. And so we've begun.
The more complex the system, the more likely it is that money laundering is occurring, that corruption is occurring.
To reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. We have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people. Very talented people are involved. Something else we got out of the business of, well, it wasn't widely reported, or maybe it was. We had an office in the Department of State whose job it was to censor Americans.
Someone in the Department of State had the job of censoring Americans. That is antithetical to our Constitution, our Bill of Rights.
And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is. I'll leave it up to them. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building of social media posts to identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
We can follow up with the media.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens to identify them as vectors of disinformation, when we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States.
There you go. This version of Marco is the best version of Marco. What say you? Is that version of Marco the best version of Marco? Agree or disagree? I don't know. I think this version is kind of interesting, though. This version of Marco, the best version of Marco. Perhaps. Perhaps. Please hit like, hit subscribe, however you are watching today's program. Let's continue. White House just put out a new video, and I'm sure I'll get a copyright claim on it.
It feels as though there truly is like a team of Avengers focusing on the excesses.
By the way, this is released from the White House. This is a news item. You cannot claim copyright on a news item while we are offering original commentary to provide a news update to show you what our government is saying. If there's music in it, put a tab over top and say, here's where you can buy this piece of music. You don't limit the reach of where this video can go. This is released from the White House as official communications, and we're trying to listen to what it is and parse out. Is it correct? Is it inaccurate? Are there key takeaways from this? It's newsworthy. We're reporting on the news. Let us do it without the harassment, YouTube.
Of government.
The Trump transition team is racing through the picks for the new administration, really moving at lightning speed.
Donald Trump's picks are a show of force as he follows through with his promise to shake things up in Washington.
And they know what their job is.
Trump's nominee for Attorney General Pam Bondi was just confirmed.
Pete Hegseth was sworn in today to lead the Department of Defense.
Marco Rubio has been confirmed as Secretary of State.
Tulsi Gabbard, the next Director of National Intelligence.
The Senate has confirmed Lee Zeldin.
Scott Bassett.
Doug Burgum.
Brooke Rollins.
He's given everybody clear direction.
We all feel called to meet this moment.
John Ratcliffe has been confirmed. Kelly Loeffler.
Sean Duffy.
Linda McMahon.
Howard Lutnick as the new Commerce Secretary.
J.D. Vance was a fantastic pick. He's just been fabulous to watch as his message and his voice gets out there.
Yeah, the president has a mandate, and they all love each other, and they're working together.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been confirmed.
Christy Nome.
Scott Turner.
Chris Wright.
Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Doug Collins. Michael Waltz.
Lori Chavez DeRaymer. Russell Vaught.
Jameson Greer.
The American people voted for change like they've never voted before. And with the help of this dream team, we're going to embark on the most exciting and successful period of reform and renewal in all of American history.
It's only been 100 days. I want everything fixed. It's only been 100 days? Dude, it's been 100 days. Kenneth, what are you saying? Brian Engelman. What is that one? Are you asking my thoughts if I would like Elon to buy YouTube? I mean, it's not like Google YouTube is going to... Look, Grok is a way better search tool than Google. I don't use Google anymore. I go out of my way to not use Google. Since they demonetized my channel, I can't stand Google YouTube. We put the stuff up there. 6,500 subscribers. And we do 5 times the numbers on views on Rumble. We do 200 times the views on X. YouTube hates you. They hate us. Oh, me in the White House, Kenneth? I absolutely would. I absolutely would. And I know how stupid and silly things are. But I absolutely would, yeah. If they'll have me, I don't know. I do 3 hours a show each day. Like, I'm sure they're going to take plenty of stuff out of context and be like, oh, look, he's a bad guy. Yeah, okay. No, I think I'm a pretty pragmatic, pretty sharp, pretty wise, pretty intelligent individual. Anyway, yeah, I would do it. Okay, this is I'm Not Having Fun Anymore 5.0. I find one thing that I like, but then I'll scroll through it, and I'm sure they'll say something about the Jews and something about the gays, and I'm not going to really have an opinion on that. I'm not going to share that opinion. I've got a hunch, because it happens quite often on this account, but in between some of those things that I don't wade into those waters on, I think there's a couple of good posts here. Yes, by the way, it's okay to sift through the trash and pull out something of value. I can't believe you'd share something from a group that's so anti-Semitic or anti-gay or homophobic or transphobic, whatever. I'll scroll through these and I'll tell you the one that I thought was an excellent meme. One must imagine Sisyphus getting so effing S of this BS. That one's okay. Yeah, Kentucky Rebel Scum says all that stuff. This is the one I like, Danielle. People were promised arrests and decreased spending, but all they have thus far are tariffs and anti-Semitism laws. Can we get a little explanation on aisle 3? Homath says Americans are not actually divided. There are just too many non-Americans in America. Okay, well, yeah. If there's too many non-Ohio State Buckeye fans outside of Columbus, like my buddy Free Breather in Springfield, Ohio, that's not good. If there's non-Buckeye fans in Columbus, you want Buckeye fans. Like, you share common heritage and history and camaraderie, and you're on the same team. Like, that feels good. You dump a bunch of non-Buckeye fans into Buckeye country. It's like, this isn't even Buckeye country anymore. What is it? Who did this? Why? No, I don't want this. Oh, then you're a bad person. You must be against that group or that group or that group. No. I'm against every group that's not this group. I want this group to flourish. I am a resident of this group. I'm an American, or I'm a Buckeye fan, or I'm a Columbus native, whatever it is. It doesn't mean you're anti anything. It means you're pro what you are. Anyway, Homath says Americans aren't actually divided. I'm not having fun anymore. Goes, I don't know. I feel pretty divided from the baby murderers and the ones who think chopping off body parts means that you're suddenly the other gender. Hey, okay. Too long, didn't read. I don't know if there was any other. Work denied my request for a raise, so I've been pouring vegetable oil in the break room sink for weeks. Well, there you go, Chase. Oh, yeah, then that's the Kanye song. And the image of a dude that looks like a guy from the 30s. Anyway. This is the one. People were promised arrests and decreased spending, but all they have thus far are tariffs and anti-Semitism laws. We have freedom of speech in America. You should be allowed to say what you want. But I do legitimately believe that in the context of a brutal attack, killing many at a concert, an act of war against Israel, yeah. When you're calling for them to be erased off the map and driven from the river into the sea and shaken off like fleas in an intifada and running your radical ideology around, it kind of sounds like you're one of the murderers that started a war. So, hate speech or anti-Semitism, I'm generally kind of leery about any laws that will limit our freedom of speech. On the flip side, kind of sounds like you're calling for the eradication and the genocide of a particular group of people. So if that's what you're saying, you can't be mad when we hear you. So maybe don't do that. Who am I? Who am I to say? Kenneth, no rest until arrests. Bella's chance. See, that's exactly. We were promised arrests and decreased spending. Instead, we got tariffs and anti-Semitism speech restrictions, which are really weird. It's really weird to not be able to criticize. You should be able to criticize anybody about anything. You really should. That's what our freedom of speech is. It's not there for popular speech. Freedom of speech is there for unpleasant speech. We know that. Bella's chance. Only complain about the first 100 days. Justice. I want to see arrests. I agree. Kenneth, no rest until arrests. Yes. David, first 100 days have been pretty good. Other than we haven't seen the arrests that we're waiting for. Now, I agree. On one hand, for the sheer speed of what we've witnessed to quickly address a ton of hemorrhaging and spending and destructive policies from the deep state Democrats. On one hand, I will give the Trump administration an A+, hands down, unequivocally, an A+. Now, on the other hand, You promised us JFK files. You promised us Epstein files and videos. What have you given us? Nothing. You've given us less than nothing. The stuff you put out had things redacted that were publicly known. So you're now redacting even more than we already know, and we still don't have any new information or not very relevant information. So maybe this is Schrodinger's first 100 days. The president gets an A+ and an F. Does that mean that he gets a C? C seems way too low because there's been so many wins in the past 3 months. So much winning. I don't want to get blackpilled and only focus on the things we don't have, but damn it. Get us those fucking Epstein files. You are brutalizing children for power and control. You blew off the head of JFK and you tried to do the same to Trump. Tell us who fucking did it. I'm beyond the point of patience and understanding and trust the plan and, we'll get around to it, right? Yeah, David, I keep hearing the white hats. Yeah, the white hats have it. You just got to let things play out. Fuck that shit. If we don't get these demons behind bars, prosecuted, convicted to send a message, they're going to do it again. And I'm telling you, this is a perhaps once in a lifetime opportunity. Someone with Trump's money, normally they just destroy these people. That's how they've gotten away with it for decades and decades, millennia, time immemorial, maybe. The Letitia James, all these fake indictments, the multiple impeachments, the multiple assassination attempts. This dude has been through all of it. And we are so fortunate that Butler didn't succeed. We are so fortunate that the golf course Ryan Ruth Ukrainian assassin or Ukrainian linked assassin wasn't able to pull it off. This might be the only chance humanity has. Because, by the way, Mexico's a train wreck, narco state. Canada has lost complete sovereignty. No firearms to protect yourselves. 25% of your population isn't your population. Europe has been completely invaded by military-aged men who are perhaps waiting for a signal to overthrow every country all at once, maybe when the power goes off. Are you ready? That's what I would do if I were a bad guy. I mean, I'm not, but if I were, that's exactly what I would do. So be ready. When you say that supposedly there are many timelines, how do you mean? Now, let me just add one counterpoint to my little outburst there. One little counterpoint. You see what's happening right now with the deportation efforts, for example, and it's many other things as well. But the judicial system has been completely corrupted. These Soros-backed or Democrat judges changing the bail from millions of dollars to $70. Judges letting illegal aliens sneak out the back door and showing them how to do it and getting arrested. Telling Trump he needs warrants for all of these deportation orders. It's like you encounter people how you encounter them. Everything is being battled out in the judiciary right now, and that stuff does take time. And we have seen leakers. Oh, and I did get a message. I didn't see this story in my stack, but they're saying Mike Waltz is out. I'm going to look up Mike Waltz, but let me show you the beauty of trying to work with AI to make a thumbnail image. I said, show me two rabbits, because I guess on May 1st, you're supposed to say rabbit, rabbit. I don't know what that's about, but that's a thing. I said, show Michelle Obama and Marlon Wayans. Show Donald Trump in a Make 100 Days Great Again hat. Show Justin Timberlake saying it's going to be May. All at the Pittsburgh Pirates Stadium because of that fan jumping to his broken skull. And they had to say the TNAM AM Show. But this is just kind of a madness image. I just went with it because it's silly. But I was looking up. I wanted to look up here. Let me just go to home. Why is PewDiePie trending? Leftist extremists in open source say PewDiePie fans are not allowed. Okay, I don't know. Who am I looking for? I'm looking for Mike Waltz. Because he was the leaker, right? He's the one that put on the Telegram chat that tried to take Pete Hegseth out. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and his deputy Alex Wong have been removed by President Trump following the... I keep saying Telegram. I guess these are Signal chat leaks. Since Mike Waltz is out, I have a suggestion. Here's General Flynn. Let's get the update on this. This is weird. It's almost like this guy was setting up Trump.
In the commercial break. So what you're looking at photographs right now of Michael Waltz. He is the president's national security advisor, except for we just got news that he is going to be leaving the administration along with his deputy, Alex Wong. Of course, if you might remember the story of Signalgate. I don't know if that's for a particular reason, but there was some consternation among some people about Mike Waltz, who you might remember was a congressman, Green Beret, a long history and career in foreign policy, and I believe
Green Beret. Mike Waltz gave up his seat in Congress in a thoroughly safe district to be Trump's national security advisor for about 100 days. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and his Chinese deputy NSC advisor Alex Wong have, quote, resigned from the Trump administration. Waltz, known for his aggressive stance on Iran, had reportedly pushed for military action, potentially even bombing the country in defense of Israel. How about Richard Grenell? Maybe Richard Grenell would work there. Sarah said, I said it in the beginning when Signalgate happened. Mike Waltz and Alex Wong should have been fired immediately. Both of them were trying to sabotage Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth doesn't want to go to a war with Iran, allegedly, and doesn't want to do Israel's bidding, allegedly. So, is it sabotage? Trenzodius says Mike Waltz was a neocon who lied about Jeffrey Goldberg's contact information being sucked into his Signal chat. Owen, can you get to the point quick? Let's see what Owen Schroyer has to say.
So Mike Waltz is out at National Security Advisor. This is the first scalp, if you will, of the Trump administration. I anticipate there will be more, but let me just break this down real quick and why this is such an important news story that the details are going to get lost in translation here. So obviously people are going to be talking about Signalgate, where...
Pause on Signalgate, but David, I asked him a question about the timeline. He goes, I'm not sure, but it sounds like an interesting timeline. Yeah. Do you know, like, I shudder to even think about what would have happened if Butler was successful. What would be happening right now? I don't even want to, I don't even want to play the game where I envision a world where that was successful. We are so fortunate to have dodged that timeline. I thank my lucky stars. I really do. So yes, in that regard, yeah, we're kind of on the best timeline now. Bella's Chance saying, yes, so much winning except justice, except transparency. But like I said, on justice and transparency, there are a lot of leakers There are Mike Waltzes who are trying to get Pete Hegseth removed from Secretary of Defense. Neocons pushing for endless wars. There's a lot that we need to root out of every one of these departments. Doge, how many department heads have actively gone against President Trump and tried to sabotage? Like, on one hand, what the hell is taking so long? And on the other, it's like, can you please just hurry up getting all the moles and the traitors out of these departments and getting some judicial oversight where we can fire some of these rogue, corrupt judges, then get the indictments. But TikTok, MFer, TikTok. How long are you going to have the House and the Senate and the White House? You got 2 years. Go. And that's the Marjorie Taylor Greene stance I'll get to in a second. It's hard to disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene's thought on this, but anyway, let's get Owen's the rest of his take about Signalgate.
The adding of the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg was traced back to Waltz about a month ago. Now, they tried to get...
And they said it was mistakenly, but it's a lot like the COVID lab leak. Don't call it a lab leak. I've been here for years. Don't call it a lab leak. Call it a lab release. I feel like it's just as likely, if not more likely, to have been intentional than accidental. Don't give them the benefit of the doubt and say it was a leak, like, oh, it escaped, or it was released.
Hegseth in this entrapment scheme for something Waltz did. And as you know, believe it or not, the media coverage of Hegseth has been more negative than it has been of Donald Trump. The corporate news media has been, I believe it was 92% negative on Donald Trump. They were 100% negative on Hegseth. Not a single positive thing to say about Hegseth. So they still want Hegseth. And the truth is that Hegseth and his advisors that unfortunately just were walked out of their jobs have been anti-war. They're very pro-military. They're very patriotic and pro-America, but they're anti-war. They don't want any more forever wars. They don't want any more involvement in foreign entanglements. So the swamp doesn't like that. The corporate media doesn't like that. Now, Waltz likely was representative of the other side. And now, meaning the warmongers. And now, with his firing and Alex Wong, his advisor, hat tip Laura Loomer, she had Alex Wong pinged the day after Signalgate. She pinged Alex Wong. So she nailed that one. But you have to wonder if Waltz either wasn't set up by somebody else or if Waltz wasn't used, maybe wittingly, to try to set up Pete Hegseth. Also consider Goldberg got invited to the White House by President Trump last week. So obviously Trump was talking to Goldberg about this and determined it was either Waltz himself or Wong, or Waltz got set up, or Waltz willingly went along with this operation. The point is, they tried to get Hegseth's scalp, and it didn't work. So this is great news. This is an excellent decision by Donald Trump. Now, Walz will have to tell his side of the story, and I'm sure somebody will give him the platform to do it. Now we need Hegseth's advisors brought back in. Now they need to be brought back in, and that wrong needs to be righted. But
that Wong needs to be righted. That's an Alex Wong joke.
If you're concerned about the military-industrial complex...
All right, I'm going to do it again.
Now we need Hegseth's advisors brought back in. Now they need to be brought back in, and that wrong needs to be righted.
That Wong needs to be righted.
If you're concerned about the military-industrial complex,
the Pentagon,
running the Trump administration, if you're concerned about swamp creatures and warmongers running foreign policy in the Trump administration, this was a great sign today. This was great news today. It's not going to be tolerated. It's not going to be accepted. And when you're either running entrapment operations with the Atlantic to try to get Pete Hegseth removed, or you're just dumb enough to put Goldberg in a text thread with other cabinet members, you're going to be fired too. So great job today by the Trump administration. And I would say for somebody like me that's very anti-war and wants to stop all the interventions in the Middle East, I think it shows that Donald Trump's personnel decisions want to match those policy decisions as well.
All right. So here's our update on Mike Waltz. I didn't have that in the stack, but it is relevant, y'all. All right, let's hear about what the Acacia Center for Justice is up to.
The Trump administration has officially cut the funding of a $769 million contract for the Acacia Center for Justice.
Acacia.
What is that, you ask? It's a legal group that pushes for penalties against attorneys and judges who misgender illegal aliens.
Did you catch that? Misgendering illegal aliens, trying to sue and ruin these people.
Think about that for one moment. Almost $750 million, the U.S. government, your taxes, have been given over to a freaking group that's going after lawyers and judges for misgendering illegals? You got to be kidding me.
$769 million contract for the Acacia Center for Justice, pushing penalties against lawyers and judges who misgender illegals.
Misgendering illegals? Why does anybody care about that?
Is this Anthony Blogan here?
Tell me why that matters. Who cares? Okay, Jorge Ramos, they, them, whatever, man. You're looking like an MS-13 gang member. So go over there. Go over there. I don't care what you identify as. It doesn't really matter. You're here illegally. You're already a convicted felon. Go over there. Go over there.
Hey, Bill, you're racist. Why say Jorge Ramos?
Okay, it could be Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, whatever the name is, right? Whoever.
That's the point I was just making about all of these stories about the hockey player, about, oh, race this and race. It doesn't matter. The invasion of Europe, the invasion of America, the invasion of Canada, the invasion of Sweden, the invasion of Ireland, the invasion of Germany, the invasion of Spain, the invasion of Italy. Look across. It's not all the same people. It's not just one group doing all the things. But I'll tell you what, it's a hell of a lot of military-aged men.
Wherever you are, wherever you come from.
I guess I'm anti-man, right? By that same token. I must slur you with something. You're anti-man. You said military-aged men. How dare you? I can't believe you said it's an Islamic takeover of Europe. Take a look. Listen to the people. Watch the stories. Like I said, America, it's Chinese, it's Afghans, it's Pakistanis, Iraqis, Central Americans, South Americans, Venezuelans. It doesn't matter. They're non-Americans. They're non-Great Britons. They're non-Italians. They're non-whatever. That's what is happening.
I'm looking at a big 6'3" scuffy beard dude looking like Hollywood Hulk Hogan. Sir, I need you to go over there and prepare for your deportation. That's all I'm saying.
The Trump administration.
So yeah, another, what was that, 800, how much was the number? $769 million saved. This is fun. What a panel this is here. Bill O'Reilly clapping back at James Carville.
Not extend these billionaires' tax cuts, and I would not pay for them by clobbering the middle class and the lower middle class by cutting Medicaid expenses, of which
he said he wasn't going to cut Medicaid.
Go watch the budget that's been submitted. It's already got 600. He said he was going to end the war.
There's nothing about cutting Medicaid in the budget.
Did
this
he
is
say
just
or not
propaganda,
say? Did
Jim.
he say I'm not? Did he say or not say I'm going to end the
bunch
Ukraine
of
war?
bull and you know it.
Can I?
No, you can't. You can't say it's in the budget. There's a Medicaid cut when there isn't.
Excuse me for speaking while you were interrupting me.
I am. This is ridiculous. And he does it every night.
Can I make a point?
Yes, go ahead.
He was going to end the.
Can I finish? Can I finish? James Carville here, kind of sounding like Ross Perot. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? You hear that giant sucking sound? Bill O'Reilly, that's your sexual abuse claims that got you fired from Fox. So you hear that giant sucking sound? Yeah, that's the Democrat Party because we suck.
Ukraine war on day one.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
it's absurd. What did Biden do for 4 years in there? Nothing.
Just
drive me nuts.
I would not extend these.
Bill O'Reilly. Hang on, I gotta type that. Bill O'Reilly blurting out as our collective spirit animal in this clip. Thanks, Bill. That's funny. We'll do it live. Yes. We'll do it live, says the comments. Oh, boy. Why is it? Can someone explain to me why we have term limits for president, but not for Congress? Can someone explain to me why you have to be a natural born citizen of the United States to run for president, but you don't have to for Congress? Why? If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, ain't it? Oh, O'Reilly. Kenneth, I don't know if I shared with you the one stand-up bit where I did the O'Reilly Auto Parts jingle, but I did. This Representative Shri Thanadar files impeachment on Trump over the deportation of an alleged MS-13 member. This guy came to the U.S. on a student visa in '79 from India, married a U.S. citizen 5 years later, and obtained his papers through her. Imagine telling the founding fathers of the nation that they built, they'd allow a man born in India to try to impeach the president for deporting a criminal who isn't even a citizen. It gets way worse. Oh, man. I hate watching this. This is real and disturbing footage of animals being rescued. In 2010, Shri Thanadar. What is this restraining collar? Oh, God. God, I hate this stuff. This Shri guy owned an animal testing lab where more than 170 beagles and monkeys were left behind after his company filed for bankruptcy. The animals previously used for laboratory experiments were abandoned and locked inside the facility without food or water or care. This Shri guy has $800,000 in campaign debt. He filed articles of impeachment against President Trump to pay off his own debt, according to Gabriel Chamas. Now, Shri is tricking Trump haters into donating to his impeach Trump cause, but Shri is going to use the money to pay his bills, not to impeach Trump. Good God. Here's RFK Jr. talking to Elon Musk, talking about Elon Musk to Piers Morgan. Excuse me, to Dr. Phil.
I sued the Biden administration, and I won that lawsuit. And what we found through discovery was that 37 hours after President Biden took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, he appointed a group in the White House to censor me and other people, but I was the first one censored, and we now have the emails between him and this group and Mark Zuckerberg and other people at Twitter, etc., which Elon made public, and thank God for him. And I don't think we'd have free speech in this country if it wasn't for Elon Musk, because he opened up Twitter and he allowed people to see what was actually happening. And, by the way, against the advice of all of his attorneys, he turned all these documents over to a bunch of journalists and said, do what you want with them. Yeah. That's unheard of.
He thanks God for President Trump, and he thanks God for Elon Musk. I do too. Justin Roberts says, welcome to Florida, where we just... Hang on, let me make sure you can read this. No, you can't. I knew it. Welcome to Florida, where we just banned water fluoridation and weather modification within the last 48 hours, says Justin We Are Change. Both are headed to Governor Ron DeSantis to be signed and become law. Fluoridation will indeed end July 1st, but we will need stronger pressure federally to actually stop the weather modification. Thank you. This is me deep down when somebody tries to insult me by calling me a conspiracy theorist. because I know that that's just code for educated nowadays. I'll take it. A spoiler alert. A spoiler alertist. That's funny. Yeah, I'll take it. You mean I've been ahead of the curve? All right. Look, it's May. It's May Day. How about this one? We're going to expand on the Justin Timberlake. Yeah, it's gonna be May. So that's JT at the top. Over on the left, that's Chester Bennington. Everything you say to me takes me one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. And then the other one is Korn's Jonathan Davis. Something takes a part of me. And they are pronounced May. You and I were meant to be a cheap F for me to lay. Something takes a part of me. So we got the triangle of It's Gonna Be May. I just found that funny. All right, here you go, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to ask you a very important question, and I want to get your answers in the comments. Take a guess what I'm going to ask. Do you agree or disagree? Do you disagree? All right, here's Marjorie Taylor. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Try to find the best way to show it to you. We'll go with this one. If Republicans are serious about saving America, we should get rid of the 60-vote rule in the Senate and immediately call for a census counting only American citizens, and then redraw House district lines based on a population count of American citizens only, and require proof of U.S. citizenship to vote. This would end uniparty control and put the power back in the hands of the American people. Do you agree or disagree with this? Why hasn't it been this way? Man, you guys have no time to wait. There will be arrests in May. I don't care what Q will say. Do not keep on lying to me. Agree. Agree. All right, look, we got some agreements here. I love that I'm not even calling this show the Agree to Disagree show anymore. When I unpack the news, I'm kind of just calling it the TNAM AM Show. It could be the TNAM Daily Show. I don't know. I'm not dead set on changing it to the TNAM AM Show, or eventually, probably soon, maybe the TNAM PM Show. It might fit the schedule better. In all honesty, see the logo up here? Watch. Blink. The Agree to Disagree Show. Blink. The TNAM AM Show. Blink. Strictly Football. I gotta do a Strictly Football. I gotta call Mike, or text him at least. All right, we got agreements. Yeah, decent plan from Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I would ask anybody who disagrees, what is the downside? I'm sure there are downsides. What is the argument against this? Because we only have one chance to save this country, or else it's done. Like, we're done. We're toast. They're coming after us so hard. We saw how they came after us during COVID. We saw how they came after us during January 6th. We saw how they came after us during the Biden administration. We saw all of it. And they're going to do it again unless they're arrested. And I would like to get past this so we could start working on the issues we need. This power and control, just hate Orange Man bad. It's so stupid. There's a lot of good ideas that are being blocked by Democrats that I would like to see reversed. Sarah Sizzle says, Obama imported 70,000 Somali immigrants and put them in Minnesota. were nearly all clustered in a single area, specifically the 5th Congressional District. So these are called enclaves. This district recently was identified by the FBI as America's terrorist recruitment capital and is represented by Ilhan Omar. That's how she talks. You're making fun of her. No, I'm a mimic. I try to mimic the things I hear. I'll even talk about Bobby Kennedy when he is discussing how we should thank God for Elon Musk and President Trump helping to make America healthy again. You're making fun of Bobby Kennedy. No, I'm mimicking him because I perform comedy, because comedy's funny. America's terrorist recruitment capital in Minnesota, filled with 70,000 Somali immigrants, is represented by Ilhan Omar, who is calling for the dissolution of America's homeland security. Are you connecting the dots yet? Kenneth, you're formerly from Minnesota. How do you feel about 70,000 Somali immigrants being put into the 5th Congressional District that's become, as the FBI calls it, America's terrorist recruitment capital, and while the representative Ilhan Omar is calling for the dissolution of America's homeland security at a time where 30 million illegal alien invaders, most military-aged men, have been pre-positioned across this country waiting for their command to attack and overthrow this nation, potentially. How do you feel about that, Kenneth? How do you feel about that? I don't know if you should be making fun of Ilhan Omar's accent. It's just phobic and wrong and maybe racist or misogynist or something.
We're all
right, here's Jesse Waters having enough of Jessica Tarlov.
Assured that no one was dumb enough to think that it was actually said MS-13, but it seemed like Trump actually did think that. And there have been a number of experts on gang tattoos, like CBS. I'm looking at an article right now that they spoke to, who said that these experts did not say that the symbols the judge talked about, the marijuana leaf and the cross,
then they're
and the
wrong.
smiley, then they're okay.
They're wrong.
Our gang expert is better than
prosecuted these cases.
That's fine. Either way, public opinion has shifted on this issue.
And I'm sorry, Jessica, I love you, but I don't believe anything you say anymore. You're wrong about everything. Every time you come up with these things. First, he's a Maryland dad. Then actually he does have tattoos that spell MS-13. And then there's this other tattoo expert that you have. I thought we were supposed to trust the experts, right? And all these experts say this guy's a gangbanger, and you don't trust the experts. Let me ask you this. When a guy hangs out with MS-13 and gets picked up in a gang sweep, how is it that the MS-13 ranking gang members are allowing a non-gang member to hang out with them? Don't you think that's a little bit of a security risk, Jessica? That's like when, the feds raid a Gambino gambling den. And do you think it would be believable if some Italian guy was like, I'm not in the mob? Yeah, they're just letting random guys play cards in a gambling den with a bunch of mafioso. Use your brain, Jessica. And I don't even believe you're this. Use your brain, Jessica.
Why are you still here?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Just stop talking. Just stop. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't.
Use your brain, Jessica.
We're all assured that no one was.
That was funny. That's from Coppola Films. Claudio Coppola. That's funny. I love that add-on at the end. Attorney General Pam Bondi says President Trump and his administration seized over 22 million fentanyl-laced pills in the first 100 days. Let's all say it collectively. Thank you, Pam Bondi. Now give us the fucking Epstein list. Moving on. Michael Schellenberger says the media insisted for days that renewable energies weren't to blame for the blackout in Spain. Who's to blame for the blackout in Spain? Maybe the rains on the plane. Sorry. Not sorry. That's kind of funny. What is that? Like it rains on a plane, the planes in Spain, or rains and It's something to like get your dialect right. Like that lady that was yelling at me about what she deemed to not be sufficient enough dialect on my Spanglish. Weirdos. Anyway, the media insisted for days that renewables weren't to blame for the blackout in Spain, even though anyone with a basic understanding of the electrical grid knew that they were. Finally, the media is starting to tell the truth. Spain and Portugal, what is this from? Reuters. The reliance on solar energy at the time of the outage has led to criticisms of Spain's grid operator, Red Electrica. Spain and Portugal blackout blamed on solar power dependency. Electricity experts point to the dangers of grid instability when renewables dominate output. Brought to you by the Department. Oh, here's another good question. Guess what I'm going to ask you? It's crowd participation time, everybody. Everyone out there watching, I want you to type in an answer to this question. I'm going to ask if you chun chun. Oh, I like the end of that. Chun chun. Do you agree or disagree with this point? Joey Manarino says so many problems could be solved by bringing back public hanging as a punishment for severe crimes. Sounds medieval. But when you have politicians openly advocating for pedophilia, what else do you have to really do? So what do you say? Do you think our society would be better off or worse off with public hangings for severe crimes? Agree or disagree? America would be better off by bringing back public hanging as a punishment for severe crimes. Oh, especially for treason, right? I'm going to agree. I've been calling for public hangings for a long time. And there's a lot of people that are against the death penalty. I get it. Mistakes could be made. But the same people who are against the death penalty are like, no, we shouldn't be deporting people because occasionally there'll be one Abrego Garcia, and that could be all of us one day. So let's do nothing. No, we can't do nothing. We have to go. And let's go as smart as we can, as accurate as we can. But that doesn't mean if we can't be 100%, we can't do anything. Like President Trump said, nothing is 100%. Nothing's 100%. They said, sir, can you say that Pete Hegseth, you have 100% confidence? I said, no, you clown. I can't even give you 100% certainty I'm going to finish this interview. I feel like my Trump has changed a little bit. I got to work on it a little bit. But they did say, sir. All right. Brian W. Jones here says, Gavin Newsom spent his entire career attacking our gasoline supply and jacking up prices. We've been warning for years that his policies would crush working Californians. Now he's shocked to find out refineries are shutting down. Instead of working with them, he punts to his energy commission with a letter asking how refiners can profitably operate in California. This guy is unbelievable. He changes the term gaslighting into gav lighting. Hashtag fix California. This is Senator Brian Jones, I guess. Well said. The refineries have been a big problem for a long time. Can I not click on this story? Why can't I click this? That's weird. Then I'll put the volume on and go to reset it.
You're the devil. Like, wouldn't money be your most valuable tool to get people to do absolutely atrocious, evil things that are going to ruin their lives? Money is like the devil's playground. Yeah. It's like where the devil can convince good people.
Now, wait a minute. Why couldn't I share this story? And why?
But if you were the devil, like, wouldn't...
Weird, Instagram. I can't even click on the source. This is weird. Joe Rogan speaks with more conviction on the evil of transitioning children than most pastors. Oh, Instagram Meta does not want you to see this message. Huh. They don't want you to hear about the evils of transitioning children, abusing children, chopping up children. Well, we know who Instagram's protecting. USDA director, according to Barbaric Barbary, sharing the Amuse account. USDA program director has pled guilty to a kickback scheme. The Trump administration continues to uncover and prosecute widespread fraud, waste, and abuse in the federal government. Kirk Perry pled guilty to money, property, and honest services wire fraud. Sentencing is scheduled for December. Trust the experts, right? Miss Muckraker shares these. The measure to block President Trump's tariffs has failed in the Senate. So President Trump's tariffs will not be blocked in the Senate. Florida to ban weather modification and geoengineering pending Governor Ron DeSantis' signature. Trump administration, what is this one? Block grant, urban, North Carolina. All right, yeah. The Trump administration, along with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, approved North Carolina's action plan for a $1.4 billion community development block grant disaster recovery on the 25th of April to aid long-term rebuilding in Western North Carolina following Hurricane Helene. Rebuilding homes, $807 million to repair or reconstruct owner-occupied homes, prioritizing low-income households, seniors, and disabled residents. Other needs, funds for rental housing, economic recovery, and infrastructure in 38 counties, and the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. Management, handled by North Carolina's Office of Recovery and Resiliency. Purpose, long-term recovery, used after insurance, FEMA, and other aid runs out. Bravo! Tim Waltz. I was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck. I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this, and you can vote for this. Look at his hand. Tim Walz, the guy that's going after Trump, they both look like Muppets. I think they're both Muppets. Muppets, I tells you. United States and Ukraine signed rare earth minerals and natural resources agreement. I'd like to know about the devil in the details on that. Oh boy, what's this one? Bob says, zoom out to see the global jihad. The OIC is the modern-day Islamic caliphate. The world obligated to obey international law, the OIC only follows Sharia law. The old Islamic caliphate waged military jihad to expand Islam to non-Muslim countries. The OIC waging civilization jihad to expand Islam, building 50,000 mosques on non-Muslim lands, flood them with refugees, hijra, using the international kuffar system against them, UN, ICC, NGO, capitalism, etc., using Western system against them. Media, education, indoctrination, democracy, economic leverage, oil, etc. The OIC not getting their hands dirty with violent offensive jihad to destabilize countries, they're using their 50 Islamic terror organizations' proxies. The OIC would love to wage military jihad according to the Sharia like the previous caliphates did for 1,300 years. But the previous caliphates didn't have multi-trillion dollars worth of oil fields that can be wiped out, and the previous caliphates were stronger than countries that now have nuclear weapons. Agree or disagree with that? Flags of the 57 member states of the OIC. This post continues from Bob Sharia Kill. Says, as Muhammad said, when you're weak, make temporary peace and be patient. As the Secretary General of the OIC, Mr. Erdogan, said, we use your democratic train until we get to our destination. All right, I'm not super familiar with OIC. I'm looking at it now. Miss Muckraker continues, Revelation 6 describes 4 horsemen on colored horses, bringing global destruction, economically, politically, and societally. The white horse, conquest or deception. A leader or ideology gains power, causing political upheaval, social division, and economic inequality. Red horse, war, violence destabilizes governments, tears societies apart, and wrecks economies through destruction and costs. 3. Black horse, famine and economic crisis, skyrocketing food prices lead to poverty, social unrest, and political instability. 4. Pale green horse, death and disease, widespread mortality from plagues, starvation, and chaos collapses economies, societies, and governments. Each horse triggers cascading effects, unraveling global stability. This Florida imam says, quote, "We convert 3 churches into mosques, and we're looking for more. One day, Florida will become Muslim. May Allah give victory to Islam in this country." So what's the plan? What is the Obama doctrine? Okay, Miss Muckraker, thank you for your report today.
Illegal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals.
This is interesting. Illegal note fraud is a crime, and there have been no referrals to the Justice Department. Let's listen to this.
Illegal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department at any.
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you
know that?
Know that?
Have there been referrals to the? Are there criminal
how
referrals?
would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the Justice Department.
How do you know that?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not.
Now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There have been.
I'm asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of
there have been. Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course there have been.
Illegal note.
And it's very curious. Does he know that? How would he know that? Do they have a mole on the inside? And he didn't want to say it, so he changed his tone to a question.
Illegal note fraud is a crime.
Very, 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 very interesting. You know, I knew yesterday that today's show was going to be a humdinger. There is so much to talk about. I felt like yesterday there was, well, I knew today was going to have a ton to talk about. Oh, I see. All right, we already shared this. Mike Waltz fired. There's what we need to know. Mike Waltz is out. How about General Flynn? Mike Waltz out. I did not share this one, but he's out. So is Alex Wong. He was the Wong person for the job. Here's Stephen Miller crushing it.
There is nobody smarter or tougher than Stephen Miller. Stephen, say it.
Stephen Miller, everybody.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you.
Let me go back a couple seconds. Look at Trump. You know, Trump likes this guy, but like a couple seconds here, watch. He's like, oh, well, this guy's good.
And he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family. And President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
He goes, how do I follow that? How do I follow that? Yeah, I feel like he could have dragged that out a little bit more, Stephen Miller, to get more applause lines. But I feel like he goes, I'll bring you up for 60 seconds. He's like, all right, I better go fast. Why can't we get a Wong? Yeah, when I'm doing stand-up, most of the places I go are 4 minutes or 5 minutes or something. They'll put a timer up. And man, when you're trying to tell a story, you got to go so fast. Sometimes you just run right over your applause lines because there's so much to say in such little time. So yeah, he was definitely under the gun with the clock restraints there. Here, let's get Stephen Miller saying some more of the same stuff where he's not under the same time constraint.
After losing the election, she attacked Trump personally, attacked the policies. Any comment from the White House on that?
Well, I think it was a great reminder to the American people of just how blessed we all are that the leader sitting in the Oval Office today is President Donald Trump and not President Kamala Harris. It was a helpful reminder of just what a travesty and a tragedy that would have been. It would have been the end of America. And it gives me a chance to bring this whole thing home. Yeah. If we continued on this road of radical regulation, choking off American energy, sending our supply chains to foreign countries, taxing our economy to death, pushing this cancerous woke ideology on our children, ending merit, ending scientific innovation, ending public safety, allowing, everyone goes to the stores these days, everything's locked up, criminals roam free, law-abiding citizens under the previous administration were punished while gangbangers were given red carpet treatment. Democrats, of course, are still giving gangbangers red carpet treatment. And then the border invasion. If those policies had continued, it would have been the end of the American Republic. And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden, and remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country. And we're never going to stop talking about this because what they did to this country is unforgivable. It is an eternal stain on the Democrat Party. Every day we read another story. Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman within an inch of her life, who murdered a mom, who murdered a dad, who trafficked drugs into this country, who trafficked fentanyl into this country, who are responsible for dead and slaughtered Americans. And I don't know what's broken in the Washington press corps, that none of that moves them emotionally. The only thing that gets them exercised is, do we need to have more trials for terrorist supporters? Do we need to have more trials for gangbangers? Do we need to have more trials for illegal alien invaders? Even though Congress and the Constitution clearly say that you can expel invaders and illegal aliens quickly, efficiently, and properly. This president has literally saved America, and I could not be prouder. I could not be prouder, as I know Caroline feels the same way, to come every single day to this building where we have a leader sitting in office whose first, last, and every thought is the safety, prosperity, security, and sovereignty of the citizens. That's an important word, people. Citizens of this republic. Thank you all.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone. And just to add on the Kamala Harris point, I think I speak for everyone at the White House. We encourage Kamala Harris to continue going out and do speaking engagements. You'll hear from the president at 11 o'clock. See you guys later.
They're employing the let them speak policy. Let's see while Ilhan Omar is trending. Ilhan Omar just told, well, let's just play the video.
Congresswoman Omar, I'm Miles Morrell with the Daily Caller News Foundation. Do you think more of your Democratic colleagues should be traveling to El Salvador to advocate on behalf of Federico Garcia?
I think you should fuck off. Yeah, that's
I'm sorry, what, Congresswoman?
Fuck off.
Who should?
You.
Why me?
We're not taking any questions right now, but here you go.
Yeah, thanks. Congresswoman Omar, I'm Miles Morrell with the Daily Caller.
Did she marry her brother? Can we please find out? Hey, take a look at this.
Parking garage of the Lloyd Center. I'm in the parking garage of the Lloyd Center Mall. These are the stairs you're required to walk up to get to the Barnes & Noble. So I want to show you the path that people have to take to get to the stores.
How could anyone... Oh, of course, it says... Is that Palestine right there?
Lots of graffiti, lots of gross stuff on the ground.
I wouldn't walk through that.
A lot of rotting food. Feces.
What language are they?
It's hard to describe the smell, but it's horrific. A lot of discarded clothes. One more story.
How would anyone allow this to happen in your city, your state, your facilities?
More rotting food.
Flee blue cities.
Finally reach the top.
Flee blue states.
And here we have Barnes & Noble. So you can imagine why people have stopped shopping at malls like this and others. It's because of this.
I wouldn't want to be there. Flee blue cities, flee blue states. Bobby Kennedy left the whole News Nation panel speechless. Here's a thread, I believe. Yeah, so go check that one out. It's a lot to unpack. All right, so this guy is set. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Pirates fan. Bimmy says, please stop spreading fake news that the fan at PNC Park jumped intentionally. He was drunk. He got up to celebrate the Pirates hit and unfortunately fell over. The fan is in critical condition with a skull fracture from Jennifer Barrasso of KDKA. This person says, I was sitting, and I'll show you the video here because it's almost like he was on springs. I was sitting 5 rows behind him, says this person. He was drunk. Inning before, he ripped his shirt off and poured half a beer all over himself. He jumped up from his seat when the Pirates got the hit. He jumped up so quick while being drunk, he literally propelled himself off the ledge. He didn't do it on purpose, and no one pushed him. He was there with his girlfriend, a friend, and another lady. The friend ran to the lower deck in center field and jumped on the field. So this is what happened. A fan fell from the Clementi Wall bleachers at PNC Park during the game between the Cubs and Pirates in the 7th inning. The game was paused for 10 minutes as medical staff came in to help the fan, who was eventually removed on a cart, taken to a hospital. Watch this. He's up here and goes flying down below. Right there. So I'll keep the cursor on this. Right there. I mean, he jumps right up and flips off like he's on a Bugs Bunny spring shoe. I don't even know what I'm witnessing here. Was he trying to do this intentionally? He broke his skull. I don't know if he's going to survive. There he is. Oh, hang on. Why are we in this? Doggone it, guys. I'm sorry. Let me go back. He's right there. Like I said, I'll keep the cursor on the screen so when it pans over, he springs up and does somersaults and flips onto the... I just don't understand what I'm watching. It's like he's ejected, like someone presses an eject button and you go shooting out like you're in an aircraft that's going down. You have to eject from the cockpit. I think you can see this now. How do you even... And there they are on the ground, putting him on the stretcher, and I don't think he moves at all. There he is on the ground. Shirtless, yes. Ugh. Man, yeah, after how many $17 beers? I don't know, man. I hope this, you know, dear Lord, if it's in your will, look after this guy and try to nurse him back to health. Amen. This was brutal, folks. All right, so that guy falls from a baseball field. Then the New York Post reports on this story. Missouri teen who's dancing / twerking on top of a SUV roof falls off because they're driving while she's dancing on top of the SUV. And then she's fatally struck by a fire truck who's responding to an emergency call. Kangman says, have you considered not twerking on top of cars? The both of these stories, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, what? It was like in an ejector seat. That dude was sitting down and they go boing, shot right up over the thing, right over the railing. Palace Chance feels sorrier for the poor beagles and animals that impeaching representative is. Yeah, I know. I feel sorry for those poor animals. Yeah. I mean, this guy, I don't get this, and I don't get this. Twerking and dancing on top of a moving car. I don't know. Anyway, guys, did you know it's Rabbit Day? I don't know what Rabbit Day means. Are you familiar with Rabbit Day? So Folklore Press says it's May 1st. So it's traditional to say white rabbits, white rabbits, white rabbits before noon. Or brown rabbits, brown rabbits, brown rabbits before midnight, whilst walking downstairs backwards, thus ensuring good luck for the rest of the month. I've never heard this. Zuckerberg is explaining here how Meta is creating personalized AI friends to supplement your real ones. He says the average American has 3 friends, but has demand for 15. I am not interested in Zuckerberg's AI. I don't like Mark Zuckerberg's Meta companies. I have wasted so many thousands of hours on Facebook groups, Instagram. I'm not monetized. I can't earn an income over there. I don't know how some people do. They've deleted my page without cause, without explanation. They've deleted our groups without cause, without explanation. They've deleted my personal account without cause, without explanation, or opportunity to remedy any alleged issue. No customer service. Zuckerberg and his fake 12 AI friends can fuck right off. Thank you very much. And he looks really dorky in these glasses. Tim Pool says this dude is crazy. Holy shit, this is nightmare dystopia stuff. Well, whatever. Elon was at the meeting yesterday wearing 2 different hats, and he posted this picture of himself, which is kind of funny. Let me go side by side so you can see it. He says, I've been wearing many hats for a long time. What's that shirt say? Something Valley, Mid-Valley, something? Anyway. David Harris Jr. asks Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, will Hillary Clinton be held accountable for paying for the Steele dossier? We've been asking this. Pam Bondi, Carolyn Leavitt, get to work. Get the bad guys. They ran treason to impeach, to overthrow, to spy upon. Trump did it. Clinton did it. The deep state is guilty as shit in this. That's a good question from David Harris because, I mean, I don't know. Is it a great question? It's like the question I've been asking for 14 years. Maybe not on this particular issue, at least since 2015, since this information came out, whenever that was. Here's that clip again that everyone's talking about.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
I wanted to talk.
I think Michelle Obama is saying that Marlon Wayans is a Black man. Can you tell us about this? I'm happy you're doing this as a Black man. I'm happy that you as a comedian are doing this. I'm happy that you as a Black man are doing this. But as Obama touches the heart, everyone's talking about this clip. So as Benny Johnson said, that's quite the slip up Is it a slip up or is it just clumsy wording?
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
I wanted to.
So anyway. We did play you this video. The Tesla terrorist released due to an ADHD diagnosis and lacks of access to gender affirming care. Basically, a doctor's note is now a get out of jail free card. Make it make sense. Alex said this is fabulous news about Scott Bessent announcing the mineral rights deal with Ukraine, saying NATO must be watched very closely at this point for any signs of staging a false flag to sabotage the incoming peace deal. He spelled peace wrong. Let's listen to RFK.
And then I found it posted on the HHS web. So RFK said something today, which I thought I misheard. I thought maybe is this fake? And then I found it posted on the HHS website. This is 100% authentic. Listen to this.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking.
Did you hear that? We've ended the role of HHS as a principal vector for human trafficking. HHS, Health and Human Services, has been trafficking children.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking. And
I cut it there on purpose because he says a word that I don't think you can really say much on Instagram. It's the word before abuse, starts with an S. This is from the HHS website. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services announced today that it has stopped placement of unaccompanied alien children in shelters operated by Southwest Key Programs and has moved all children there to other shelters. So he's like blowing the whistle on something going on that's so shocking of unaccompanied alien children. That's not necessarily just undocumented immigrants. That's in general unaccompanied children. Now this serves a much, much darker agenda. The fact that he's even mentioning it, I'm shocked. However, because I have to censor this, there's other things I can't even talk about. If you want to know the entire truth about this whole operation and how shocking and deep it goes, comment truth below and I'll send you a DM.
Yeah, Shane Vibes Truth. I watch his stuff. Brian Cates says the first step was always going to be map out all the crime being committed first. So look, let me change that so you can read it. To all the people saying, where are the indictments? Where are the arrests? Trump's a failure. He's a New World Order puppet. He's a Zionist. He's not doing anything for Americans. He's just like all the rest of them. All talk, no action. Where are the arrests? He must be in on it. I get it. And I say these things all the time too, because it's so frustrating. But Brian Cates here is just kind of, first you have to map it all out. And until you get your control back, you've only been there 100 days. That's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially when the entrenched powers that be are trying to keep you from understanding the information. They're actively deleting files. They're actively shredding stuff. They're actively blocking you and trying to oppose you every step of the way. That James O'Keefe video told you that. What was that guy at the Pentagon or something? Anyway, Kate says the first step was always going to be map out all the crime being committed first. Trace as much as you can. Then, after you think you have a good enough idea of who's been doing what, then, and only then, do you shut it all down, cut off the funds, and brace for the accountability phase. You don't have to like it. Try to understand it, though. All right, all right, all right. This was Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing that he located dossiers created by the Biden regime with the intent to censor certain Americans. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building. This was blackmail, and those responsible should be arrested. How much do you want to bet this specific dossier was on Elon Musk or Tulsi Gabbard? Really, any of them?
Identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
Me or Elon?
Oh, that was JD saying, was that me or Elon?
We can follow up with the media.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens to identify them as vectors of disinformation, when we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. And so that's what we're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office that does that. Something else we got out of
That's important. George Hill, FBI agent and whistleblower who worked at the FBI Washington, D.C. field office, testifies under oath that the FBI won't allow over 11,000 hours of J6 footage to be released because it would expose undercover agents and confidential human sources committing crimes inside the Capitol. Additionally, over 5,000 FBI agents were forced to fabricate charges against American citizens, according to Real Robert here. Here's whistleblowers saying the FBI retaliated against them. Watch this video. Stephen Miller says if you were an American falsely accused of wrongdoing on January 6, it wasn't merely difficult to get due process, it was impossible. The entire system was rigged against you, all of it. Those persecuted Americans could only dream of the due process that's been afforded to illegal aliens. Firebombed a Tesla facility in Kansas City, released from federal custody before appearing in court. McIntyre diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, depression, gender dysphoria. Why is a suspected arsonist being released from custody? Says Libs of TikTok. It wasn't vandalism. It was a violent criminal act, citing ATF Director Dan Driscoll. Make it make sense. RFK, you want to hear about the poison? Here, I'll do this in the RFK voice. Here we go. I don't know that I've done this before. Whew.
Of course, sugar.
Oh, I'm just supposed to be muted. Doggone it. Hold on, here we go. Of course, sugar is like crack. It's poison, and it feeds tumors. It destroys your brain, like it destroys all of your organs, and we are programmed to eat it every minute of the day. Advertising, it's in everything that we eat. Was that believable? Let's see if I can hear it. Programmed to eat it every minute of the day. Advertising, it's in everything that we eat. I think I'm in love with my Bobby Kennedy impression, by the way. So here it is. Javier Becerra, the former HHS secretary under Biden, Brian Cates says, I swear to God, Xavier Becerra's days of playing the invisible man while Mayorkas distracted everyone by taking all the heat are over. Hey, Xavier Becerra, are you ready for your close-up? Because it's coming. Close-up is on the way. And he says Trump has been promising some people something by repeatedly having Nessun Dorma played at his rallies and at the 2020 and 24 RNCs. What promise do you think he's making to them? You should pay attention, since I'm pretty sure his making this promise almost got his head blown off in Butler, Pennsylvania last July. Watch the video again. There's absolutely nothing subtle about it. Oh, I guess we can't because of the copyright. But at the end of the Sum of All Fears, here, I'll share this on X. Watch it on X. I can't play it here. But I did just rewatch that movie. And it's Payback. It's going after the bad people, making sure that justice follows them. This is maybe a clearer video of this guy flipping and jumping, and I still don't understand it. He shoots up like he's spring-loaded. Goodness. Yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, how about this one? There's only so much Biden can do.
Republicans keep saying Biden doesn't need Congress. He can stop what's happening at the border all by himself. Can you fact check that for
Kenneth, that's good. Whoop. Kenneth, that's good. That Pirates fan that jettisoned himself onto the outfield grass. That was the sum of all beers. Wow, that's good.
For us, because we here all know that's not true.
Republicans have been saying...
They're saying it's not true that Biden can shut the border down because he's the one that opened it. Listen to all these people lying about it.
Largely wrongly, right? Because saying that the president...
Wrongly, right? I really dislike when people say right. I've done it a couple of times. I'm sure I'll do it a couple more times, but I really dislike it. It's so ingenuous, right? It's a cheap way to kind of trick the other person into agreeing with you, right? Mix in a head nod, right? No, not right. Don't speak for me. Don't do that.
Can close the border unilaterally on his own. The president actually doesn't have the authority under law to do that.
There's only so much President Biden can do with executive action, and
they opened the border. They broke it. Yes, they can unbreak it. They did this intentionally.
he did try to do whatever he could.
They actually are doing everything they can.
The president's hands are tied. There's only so much that he can do.
President Biden has issued certain executive orders, but there's only so much he can do within his purview.
What an intractable problem this is for the president with no easy solutions.
Oh, yeah, no easy solutions
here. There are no easy solutions here, folks.
The president insisting there's only so much he can do without Congress.
How much can actually be done quickly?
And you know, the biggest lie that they told, oh yeah, it's an immigration, a migration crisis. No, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a migration crisis. It's colonization from Obama's team. It is the colonization of sovereign nations. It's not accidental. It's not a crisis like, oh, there's a hurricane, there's a tsunami, there's a earthquake. No, no, no. This is their plan to flood America with non-Americans, to flood every sovereign nation with non-residents of that country.
Quickly, without Congress acting.
How would this happen without the power of the purse, without Congress getting involved?
They need Congress to act to fix the broken immigration system.
This cannot happen without Congress resourcing this.
There's only so much a president can do with his pen and his phone.
Pen and his phone. Legacy media is an enemy of the people, says Vince Langman. I would agree. Here is Glenn Beck talking with President
One
Trump.
thing I didn't ask you that I really want to ask you just personally. How crazy is it that you're working with, can you just roll this for
Let me put this back on.
this is just a personal thing. How crazy is it that you are working with Elon Musk, today's Tesla?
Yeah, absolutely.
And when Tesla died, it was your genius uncle that was sent to try to figure out what papers should be kept.
Isn't it great?
How crazy is that?
Actually, so my uncle was a great, brilliant man, my father's brother. My father was working very hard to put my uncle through MIT and all that. And when my uncle graduated, he was so brilliant that MIT said, why don't you stay here and become a professor?
It's crazy.
Which is pretty good. He 3 different degrees.
Yeah.
He really was amazing. But as he went through life, he was very successful as a professor at MIT, but he was also very successful at other things, like discovering genius things. And the United States government gave him an assignment of finding out whether or not Mr. Tesla was the real deal, or was he not the real deal? In other words, was he really great, or was he just an average guy? And my uncle did a report on it, and you know what was nice? He said he was really great. A lot of people in that position would be jealous.
Yeah.
But he actually said he was great.
And here you are working with today's Tesla.
That's right.
That's so
right.
great.
And Elon's a great guy too.
Yeah.
Great
Okay.
guy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right. How about that? That's an odd turn of events. Hey, how about another odd turn of events? Check this out. Nick Sorter reporting, and I got this from Adam Zabo. Thanks, Adam. He says, okay, so breaking. President Trump just announced that he'll be nominating Mike Waltz for UN ambassador. Marco Rubio will take over as interim national security advisor while remaining as Secretary of State. What an incredible turn of events. I don't think I had any of that stuff on my bingo board. President Trump here saying, I'm pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we'll continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Wild. We will see how that plays out, won't we?
You know, the one thing I didn't ask you that I really...
Tesla put this out and said earlier today there was a media report erroneously claiming that the Tesla board has contacted recruitment firms to initiate a CEO search at the company. This is absolutely false, and this was communicated to the media before the report was published. The CEO of Tesla is Elon Musk, and the board is highly confident in his ability to continue executing on the exciting growth plan ahead. Robin Denholm. Yeah, what media reported it? Check it out. Okay, maybe we lied about Biden's health and Russian collusion and COVID and Hunter's laptop and voter fraud and January 6th and Ukraine and Epstein and Hollywood and everything in between. But trust us when we tell you that Trump is a threat to our democracy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. Elon says it's extremely bad breach of ethics that the Wall Street Journal will publish a deliberately false article and fail to include an unequivocal denial beforehand by the Tesla board of directors. This lady, Amber Escam, like that Newsmax article. Should I say the name differently? And Libs of TikTok are reporting that Amber Escamilla, a teacher at Waco School District in Texas, was arrested after she reportedly abused a disabled child by using a dog whistle to force him to behave. The child, who is sensitive to loud noises, allegedly experienced visible pain and pleaded with the teacher to stop. Escamilla is no longer employed at the school district and faces up to 10 years in prison. Wow. This guy's giving a church sermon about foreign policy. Check it out. It's on our X feed at American_media_. You'll like it. Who here believes the official version on 9/11? Look around.
Are you looking around? Look around.
Wake up.
Who believes the official story on 9/11? Okay, who believes 9/11 was an inside job? Yes. Look around. Now, you told us before the service that God led you here. Maybe this is what God wanted you to find out, that 9/11 was a fraud, and that our country actually has the satanic world government located in New York. It's called the United Nations. And our country is taking over the whole world for Satan and Israel. Okay, that's what's really going on. You know, and honestly, honestly, I'm sure that a lot of troops over there had their heart in the right place and they think they're fighting for America and for freedom and they're fighting for good things. But I'm sorry, it's wrong. Yep. And you know what? They tell the troops like, oh, we need to go fight these horrible Muslims because they put homosexuals to death. Is that what they told you? Yeah, so that we can bring faggotry to the Middle East. Let's bring all the faggots to the Middle East so they can all be like Tel Aviv. Look, the bottom line is, my friends, I am not pro-war.
I wasn't even going to play I haven't even seen this video. I'm watching it for the first time. I saw the first clip. I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
I'm never going to be pro-war, and the Bible is not a pro-war book. And this aggressive, we're going to take over the world and put a military base in every country is not biblical, and I want nothing to do with it. And I believe in self-defense, and I believe in defending our nation, but I do not believe in invading foreign countries because of phantoms and boogeymen that our own government has created for the profit of the military-industrial complex. That's the true story. That's what's going on. And you know what? Honestly, you know...
You can agree with him or dis... Oh, yeah, that's a great question. So regarding this pastor, do you... agree or disagree with the pastor?
If you want to promote a pro-war position, I mean, you know, you're in the wrong place. I mean, nobody here wants to hear it. Amen. You know what I mean? Honestly, and look, I love you, my brother, and I'm sorry that the sermon is offending you, but honestly, this is where I stand, and this is where our church stands, because of the fact that, you know, being a sniper and say, well, you saved lives. You know what else saved lives? You know what else saved American lives? Nuking Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That saved American lives, right? Because then we didn't have to... Yeah, and it also murdered and massacred hundreds of thousands of women and children, and that is a sin.
I mean, can you take the totality of what he said and agree or disagree with it, or agree with parts or disagree with parts? I just saw the 9/11 part, and I wasn't even going to play it because I've just done... This is one of my marathon shows. That's for damn sure. I have other stuff I got to do today, but okay. That's an interesting church. Ugh, this guy falling. So weird. Brian Cates here, another one. He has interesting thoughts. He says, as a part of a mass population awakening about child trafficking and how people you were taught to trust are actually human child traffickers who protect these trafficking networks in the Vatican, in the NATO governments, the Red Cross, U.S. law enforcement like FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, and the U.S. State Department. How would you go about showing people slowly, in easily digestible chunks, people they are taught to trust are actually part of the Hydra? Wouldn't you do what we've watched unfold over the past several years? Who at the FBI was preventing the taking down of this vile group until now? How many FBI or intelligence agency assets are going to be found in this group? They don't just classify incriminating evidence for 80 years so nobody can see it. They will also make blackmailers and human child traffickers federal informants and confidential human sources to protect their criminal networks. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., White Cabinet meeting, revealing the human child traffickers are inside of the building, and they are inside of our federal government. Today was a very good day in the slow surfacing of the silent war. 764 arrested and charged with operating a global child exploitation enterprise. So that's happening. Noah Berg reporting this. The Arabs are now burning down Jewish farms in the West Bank, Judea, and Samaria. They do not care about their so-called homeland, they say. This looks absolutely horrific, though. A full line of fire everywhere you're looking. That war continues to rage on. Hey, that group Nike that makes athletic stuff, the ones that push that fake Colin Kaepernick hoax, the one that said he wasn't hired as a quarterback because he was half black or something, that was a hoax. They pushed that hoax. Take a knee. Yeah, take a stand against You know, I'm not being paid, not because I'm a shitty quarterback who was benched for Blaine Gabbert, which he was, and he was. And of course, he did go to the Super Bowl when he was good, but injuries and father time and had slowed him down, and the rest of the league figured out how to defend against the pistol formation. Nike pushed that divisive racial hoax, the Kaepernick hoax, take a knee hoax, you know, to go against Orange Man Bad, or to drive up sales, or to say that they don't care about white people and that America's bad and white people are bad and we're so racist. It's like, dude's a quarterback in a league that it's like 75% black. It's as stupid as that Shadur Sanders thing. Like, oh, he wasn't picked until the 5th round because the NFL's racist. What drugs are you on? The number 1 pick was a black quarterback named Cam Ward. He just didn't act like an idiot like Shadur Sanders did. Everyone is saying Shadur Sanders acted like an idiot. Everyone reliable, because that's the story. Anyway, here's yeah, that'll work. Clay Travis talking about Nike.
This is crazy, Harris. You know, we had the big Bud Light blow up over the trans influencer. This is infinitely worse. We're talking about Nike being involved in minors, that is 12, 13, 14-year-old kids getting puberty blockers and being stunted, potentially sterilized.
No. Wait, why'd the audio stop?
Year-old kids getting puberty blockers and being stunted, potentially sterilized, to see what the impact is on their athletic future. Now, Nike has refused to answer questions fully from Outkick about their entire involvement. But I think a lot of American consumers should be flooding Nike and asking the question, what in the world are you thinking? The best man or the best woman should win. Not in any way should Nike be involved in trying to basically sterilize young kids to see what the impact is for athletics. This is, to me, reprehensible. It's indefensible. I agree with what Vice President Vance said, and I think most parents would agree with me, too. Well, this is crazy, Harris. You know, we had the big Bud Light.
That's wild. To see if it would impact shoe sales. Funded a study on puberty blockers for kids, not for science, but how to change shoe sales. Gaina Fauci put this video out from January 6th. Capitol Police knew that they were hitting innocent people with a lot of pain compliance, explosives, and gas, and that it was multiplying the number of angry protesters, and they kept doing it. Why?
What have we got that we can help and push them?
Nothing's going to help.
The wind is at us. Yeah.
We're fucked.
Right. The wind's at us. We get hit with a lot of pain compliance when you hit innocent people.
And not only that, we're taking out 1 and 10 of them are getting angrier. We're multiplying them by hitting them.
Yeah. Holy shit. You think? And then you're causing stampede stuff happening where people have to go and they have nowhere to go, and then they're pushing to get inside because they got to go somewhere. Almost like it was intentional. Kristi Noem says she's disgusted by the Biden administration. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem expressing outrage at the regime's attempt to imprison a South Dakota ranching couple for 10 years on a land dispute. Biden regime even threatened to take the ranchers' children away. The charges were recently dropped under the Trump administration. How's the military doing? Here's Pete Hegseth.
Mr. President, thank you for restoring the warrior ethos inside our formations, for rebuilding our military, reestablishing deterrence around the world, and making Americans proud to wear the uniform. That recruiting surge we're seeing right now is because they know they have a commander-in-chief that has their back. That's my message to these men and women every single place we go. All I ever wanted when I was in combat was to know that my commander had my back, no matter.
And you did not have that feeling with Biden or Obama. You did not. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Bo Bergdahl. Look at ISIS. No.
Matter what. And with Donald J. Trump, that commander has your back. And that means something to the men and women of America, and that's why we're seeing a record surge in recruiting. That's why we're locking down our southern border. That's why our enemies know we mean business, because we have a commander-in-chief that has our back, and he has the back of this base as well. God bless you all. Thank you.
Recruitment's up. Recruitment is up. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy at that big meeting yesterday had some strong words for illegal aliens, DEI, and municipalities and states that are acting out of line.
We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license, or their sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money that you're actually following the law, which includes executive orders from you, Mr. President. We have.
So there you go. It's time to get tough. Hey, Rothmus put this out. Remember the FBI agent that investigated Trump for colluding with the Russians? Yeah, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison for colluding with the Russians. Here's Elon wearing multiple hats.
He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat has a hat.
I wear a lot of hats, and even my hat has a hat. I don't know what this is here, but this is what is happening over in Great Britain, and they're arresting Tommy Robinson for pointing it out. They're going door to door, arresting people for social media posts for pointing it out and noticing things. This child was walking to school, and, well, you need to be vigilant if you see stuff like this. She just saved this girl's life, according to Eagle Wings. Let's watch the clip.
Let her go! What are you doing with her? What are you doing with her?
Bro, this is man's family, bro. Move. Are you not? This is man's family. Move from me, bro.
Is that the same one that just walked past us, Mum?
Man's family, bro. Move.
So what are you doing in the corner with her? Are you okay? I'm following you.
Glad she did.
Look, why are you fucking stalking man, bro?
Are you okay? Do you know him?
Hair standing up, goosebumps. Ugh. UK's been invaded, and they're being abused and attacked. Any video like this, I assume that there's a possibility it could be fake or staged. I don't know. But I heard terror in that little girl's voice. These girls are asked how many genders there are, and she tries to answer, and the friend is terrified and says, stop, don't answer the question, no. And we just said it seems like these girls have been threatened or intimidated by teachers, media, or peers. In this video, this lady falls off in the truck she's driving, dangling over the edge. Whew. Saved. Good for her. This kid's talking about young conservatives.
They are terrified of young conservatives, but it's for a good reason. You guys do realize that they've been spending decades controlling our media, our schools, and our culture. But honestly, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. We're the new generation that's waking up and rejecting their lies. We know freedom matters more over feelings. We know that the truth isn't subjective. If I'm being honest, they can probably cancel us, threaten us, or even censor us. But they cannot stop a whole generation from fighting for what's right. I'm Fabrizio, and this is Fabrizio's Take, where we stand for truths, not trends. Over here, there's no spins, no fears. Honesty, bro, just the truth. If you're tired of being told to sit down and to stay quiet, why don't you just follow me? Honestly, I think it's our turn to speak up.
It's happening. RFK Jr. again on Dr. Phil making noise.
Oh, you know, Anderson.
All right, I'll do it again. All right, I'll do it again. Here we go. So, you know, Anderson Cooper gets a salary of something like $20 million a year, but probably 75% of that is coming indirectly through pharmaceutical companies. So that's who the boss is, and that's why he's reporting to why during COVID you saw, you know, all of these news channels completely on board with shaming people who didn't go along with government orthodoxies and drumming up fear about COVID, printing the deaths on the cryons every day and the number of cases, etc. And it would in fortifying an orthodoxy that just so happens to create huge profits for their advertisers, the food companies, other big advertisers, the cereal brands, etc. They have tremendous power over the media, and that's one of the reasons I think that I get such blowback. And scene. Sounds like I was about to do a BM. No, not a BLM, a BM. Oh, good grief. Oh, Bobby Kennedy. All right. I think that's about what I had to share with you today. Oh, no, there's another one from Bobby Kennedy. All right, I'll do one more. That is not happening in my agency. You know, we don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA, and a lot of it now is coming from the jet fuel. You know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. Bring on somebody to think only about that. Find out who's doing that and hold them accountable. How different do I sound from him?
Don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA. And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Oh, boy. But the jet fuel they're talking, and I'm just screaming, please. So we're saying Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense, so DARPA is his agency. So expect to see more fake scandals this week targeting Hegseth. Hegseth, as all the usual suspects scream for Trump to fire him. I'll play this from Glenn Beck about the judges.
So those are just a few of the high-profile examples for you, but there's also another Biden appointee, Amir Ali. Now, he was born and raised in Canada by Egyptian parents. Ali has just become a U.S. citizen in 2019. And he's a federal judge?
He gets to be a judge?
Wow. And he's been a federal judge for less than 4 months. He's the guy who blocked Trump's 90-day freeze on foreign aid. Great. Then there's Obama's appointee, Beryl Howell, who ruled against Trump's firing of members of the National Labor Relations Board. And then Biden's appointee, Lauren Ali Khan, who blocked the Trump administration from freezing federal grants and loans. The list goes on and on and on. And the judges? This is going to come as a surprise, are all long-term Democratic Party donors and are Obama-Biden loyalists, taking sledgehammers to President Trump's attempt to do some spring cleaning in the executive branch. I don't know. Pattern here seems pretty obvious.
Seems pretty obvious. One day after President Trump's executive order, what was the executive order that they're referencing? Yeah, the Texas crash driver bond slashed from $1.2 million to $7 grand. Justice denied for the victims' families. And this dangerous driver could walk free soon. That is just terrible. Channel 4 did a documentary about the Muslim rape gangs and their accomplices. This is what real journalism looks like. There are bad things happening in Europe right now. So check out this video. It's a 3-minute clip here. This this Trump supporter shuts down a desperate MSNBC report.
Are you prepared to pay higher prices for goods?
I've been paying higher prices, sweetie. In the last, when Biden got in office, my groceries have doubled, my gas has doubled. No, I'm already used to it. You know, I'm not used to it.
But you're prepared for more. We're looking at, with the tariffs, these are massive tariffs.
No, but it has to happen before it goes back down.
Are you prepared?
So there you go. Yeah, the photo about Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his tattoos.
Based on your time as a DEA agent in the field, particularly in Mexico, these tattoos are consistent with MS-13 associations.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you know of any other set of combinations that would suggest some other organization this represents?
With this particular one, no, sir.
Based on your time.
So there you go. It's not faked. It's real. Colorado Republican Scott Bottoms explains that people are buying 2 to 5-year-olds for the worst possible reason you can imagine. He then says they were trying to push a bill through for stiffer penalties on the suspects, but House Democrats fought against it. They defended the child abusers. It's a war on our children. It's good versus evil. Save the children. If I had the captions, maybe I could do the RFK for this one. But he said, I'm working on new dietary guidelines. The guidelines that President Biden's administration gave us were 453 pages. They are basically unreadable, and they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that put Fruit Loops on the top of the food pyramid. So good. Let's get some new stuff, please. There he is. Remember this guy's name. We're going to be seeing a lot more of it. Xavier Becerra, allegedly HHS secretary and children. And this update's pretty wild. Scott Bessent did Doge do anything good? Oh yeah.
The young man sent over by Doge the IT update that began in 1990. Which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, you couldn't make it up. Trade, the young man sent over by Doe.
1990, the IT upgrade, and they're finally getting it done now. This is allegedly a report filed by the ex-husband of Abrego Garcia's wife. Said in a court filing he's worried for his kids' lives because she was dating a gang member. Democrats went to El Salvador to fawn over a gangbanger. Megyn Kelly, details. Matt Van Swole says that the Amish won a lawsuit against the Canadian government for targeting the Amish with a $300,000 fine for not using a COVID-19 app when crossing the border in the U.S. The Amish said they don't use phones. So the Canadian government then put liens on their farms. Good job, Amish. I really respect the heck out of you. And this person's wearing a sign that says children cannot consent to puberty blockers. And this woman's parents should be arrested, according to American AF. She says when she was 12, she started on testosterone from 14 to 17, top surgery at 17, totally messed her life up.
I can't believe people disagree with you on this. As a former child transitioner, I'm just appalled that people have anything to question you about. So,
well, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that.
I'm glad you are through it now. Thank you so much for speaking up. That's extremely valuable because a lot of people are afraid to.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we have a little conversation about
course,
it?
yeah.
Okay, come on in this way, just a little.
Anyway, so that's happening. Yeah. Check this out. Chuck Schumer.
Americans are noticing.
Total clown.
The polls this week show Trump has the lowest 100-day approval rating since they started polling 80 years ago. The lowest.
Not legit in any way.
Even worse.
Nope.
72% of Americans think it's likely that Trump's handling of the economy will walk us directly into a recession.
Liar.
People who hate what Trump is proposing. Yes.
There was a poll out today that has your approval ratings lower than any other congressional leader at 17%. Are you concerned that you may be a liability for?
So they're trying to put these polls out that make Trump look bad, and he's like, a poll just came out, said your approval rating 17%. What do you say about that?
Polls come and go. Our party is united.
Polls come and go. So his whole point is like, look at the polls, look at the polls. All right, we're looking at the polls. Why do you only have a 17% rating? Yeah, polls come and go.
We're on our front foot. We're stepping forward, going after Trump, and having real success.
What a
17%. Are you
going after Trump is not success. It makes you stupid. It makes you backward. It makes you unfit to hold office. You're supposed to be going for things to help America. That's very different than just opposing Trump. How do you feel about the polls that say 17% approval rating? And that's pretty ridiculous. How do you feel about that?
concerned that you may be a liability for your party?
Polls come and go. Our party is united.
Polls come and go. Well, then your other poll came and went as well. Scott Jennings on the most egregious immigration ruling that he's ever seen.
Hey, I'm on my way to New York City for the Abby show tonight at 10 o'clock, but I thought I'd just, and I hope you tune in, and I hope we get to talk about this tonight.
They have music in the background. I can't play it. Fucking hell. It was like Instagram and Facebook. They all started saying, hey, why don't you take this picture, take this video clip and add music behind it? Yeah, great. So now there's music behind it, and now nobody can play. Nobody can play the clip. Then it'll get, the reach will be stopped. You can't share it to other countries. He's weighing in on Judge Thurston trying to stop ICE agents from arresting illegal aliens coming across the border. This is, of course, not how the law works at all. This is not how U.S. federal immigration law works. They're arrested because they have probable cause, even less at the border. And it's amazing to me, these judges who are trying to stop the president of the United States from enforcing U.S. immigration law. Why are they doing this? It's judicial tyranny. It's a judicial coup. That's usurping of the president's Article 2 power. So he's going to put it on the topic list for tonight. Did you see this one? Real Robert says, here it is. Nancy Pelosi's official proceedings of January 6th. Capitol Police surveillance camera 0903 on January 6th at 5:18 a.m. confirms surveillance camera is following the FBI's all-white ghost bus heading to the Capitol, delivering FBI's informants and confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters. Question: why did GOP Chairman Mark Green cut him off? B: why won't they release the rest of the fucking tapes? Good questions. Okay, so there's they're actively panning. Oh, sorry, there you go. Chucky Schumer. So they're really paying close attention to this bus. Is that evidence of something? I don't know. But they're definitely charting it and tracking it. Is it like they know where it's going? I don't know. How about you release all the tapes and let us figure it out, huh? That's a wild view. Looks cool with the lights. Yeah, but somebody's moving this camera around and following specific. Is that it? Is that the white vehicle? All right, just release the tapes. And by the way, the Shri Thanadar, I'll end the show on this. The Democrat rep who filed impeachment charges against Trump reportedly left over 150 dogs and monkeys to starve in an abandoned New Jersey lab that he owned. This is video of the dogs being rescued.
Today we rescued 120 beagles from a lab in New Jersey that had gone out of business. And some friends of ours at an animal rights organization in New York City went and freed them and said, we need to do something with these animals.
It was just really amazing how things worked out. Just the other day, we're like, oh, wait a second. It's 4th of July. They're gaining freedom over Independence Day weekend.
Hi, puppy ones. As they come off transport, we're hoping to deworm each dog. Oh, she clenches her mouth really tight, too, this one. Trim their nails and microchip each of them so they have a permanent identification before going into their outdoor runs.
Aw, look at your sweet girl.
We believe that they have never been outside ever. See the grass?
I don't think that they've actually had their paws on the grass. When I walked in here, it looked like they were walking on eggshells. They were kind of afraid to walk on the grass.
It's okay.
These are animals that don't understand what being a dog really is. And these are 120 animals that on this 4th of July have an opportunity to be free. Just break your heart.
Hey, sweetie.
It's okay.
Well, he was shaking and hiding in the corner. And when I picked him up, his heart was beating really fast, just scared. And so I just put myself on the ground and let him come over to me little by little.
Rescued from the abandoned New Jersey lab owned by Democrat Rep Shri Thanadar, who filed impeachment charges against Trump. Screw that guy. I was going to end on that, but there's a couple more. Biden administration released 600 terrorists into the interior of the United States. How about that? 600 terrorists released inside here. That's just a drop in the bucket of what's here.
Highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders.
Why would you let these people inside of your country? And they're given social security numbers, driver's licenses, work permits, state and federal benefits, including stipends, housing allowances, and groceries. Oh yeah, we're asking if this translation is accurate. We bought 3 churches so far, converted them into mosques. One we're buying with a school to make it. Yeah. One day Florida will become Muslim. May Allah. That's his own words. If the translation's accurate, that's our question. Is the translation accurate? Turn into a mosque. All right. That's the end of the show. I could probably keep going, honestly. This might be the longest show I've ever done, honestly. It might be the longest show I've ever done, but I knew yesterday I didn't have to do any additional research. I'm like, I have more than a full show's worth of stuff. And then today, as I was doing show prep again, saying, no, you don't need to do show prep. You got it. You have all the stories you need. There were like 20 other stories. I'm like, I got to talk about all this stuff. So yeah, one of these days, if I end up working with a team of people with a producer that plots out the segments and times them up and chops them up, and you only have a couple minutes per story, that's fine. I could do that too. But this is what I do. This is kind of at my speed, and I try to bring you stories maybe you're not finding other places. And I try to add a perspective that's unique and educational, informative, entertaining, comedic, helpful, uplifting, motivational, expressive. I mean, I get pissed off. I'm sure you guys all get pissed off. You wouldn't care about the news if bad shit didn't piss you off. Of course it does. Good hates evil, and evil hates good. Another reminder, I need to find that Rosie O'Donnell video where she goes off on me. It's on one of my old hard drives. I have to sift around one day and actually locate it. I love that she hated me. And I did nothing to deserve it. Like, that was the best part. She was angry that I was filming her. And I'm like, yeah, we have an interview scheduled to like film you. And in case you only have time for a walk and talk, we're ready right now. Nothing to set up. We're out and ready to go. Like, she just flipped. And I was like, ooh, the good in me set off the evil in her. I love it. I love it. Thank you all for joining us on today's show. Bella, Kenneth, David, and Free Breather, and everyone else out there watching. We had really good ratings today. Really good. Almost all of it coming through on X. So thank you, X. So if you're not following us on X, start an X account. We are at American_media_. That's at the bottom of the screen there. Our podcast is the Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. That's where we will put the actually, where did that graphic go? No, not that one. Yeah, the graphic left. It doesn't really matter because it's the end of the show, but now I'm just kind of curious. It should be right there. How about that one? There we go. Our podcast is the Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. Follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and YouTube by searching the New American Media. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. And if anybody would want to toss anything in the tip jar today, our Patreon account is at the New American Media, Venmo at Brian Engelman, Cash App $ Brian Engelman, and PayPal at Fuzz Installment, scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Kenneth, you're saying it bums you out. What, was the dog story bum you out? Well, it ended well. I know that there were like 30 stories today that bummed me out. And I discuss them so that we can stop them. I discuss them so that we can defeat them. That Schrei guy that's trying to impeach Trump, you know, that guy just left all those animals behind and they were rescued. That had a good ending to a bad story. So anyway, it inspired me to see that those animals were rescued at least. Yes, the story bummed me out, but the conclusion at this time was it was actually okay. All right. Yeah, I knew you were going with that. Tattoo says, deport the plane. The deport plane. The deport plane. Anyway, I'll be back again tomorrow covering the news. Who do you got in the Kentucky Derby? Have you checked it out yet? It's happening. It's going to be a big day in a couple days. Spring is here. Things are changing. And I'm happy that you're all with me as we try to change the media together, because the old American media has failed us. We are the new American media. Signing out. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care. Peace.